Hello? Can you hear me? Just want to check the microphone works. Hello everyone. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land from which I'm broadcasting, the Wurundjeri and the Bunurong people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. Hello. Good. Let me see. I'm going to put this one. I'm going to have to juggle a lot of different windows. So here we go. So this is, I've got a few games on my iPad and they're all different games, so I'm going to have to be changing windows a lot. So welcome. So this is going to be a stream of me playing all my games in chronological order, and probably not all in one stream, but over a few streams. And I've been wanting to kind of do a project like this for a while. Initially I was just planning to just make a video for all my games without any talking or anything, just play through. But I thought streaming might be a nice way to do that. And kind of the reason for it is just to preserve them really, so that there's, you know, when they stop working. I mean, some of my iPhone games are already not available. There was one game that I actually thought I'd lost and I managed to recover last night. So, I mean, you know, things will stop working. And so it's just kind of a way for me to preserve them in some form. And I thought, hi Clonica, I thought this would be like a really nice, like a stream would be a nice way to do it, because then I can talk about them while I'm playing them. And, you know, if you have any questions about them, just drop them in the chat and I'll try and answer them. Yeah, so this is the first game that I released. I had made a few other games, like a Flash game, like way back when I was in uni, but they've been lost. I think, and I mean, they could be floating around on a CD somewhere, but I think they're lost. This was when the iPhone just come out, or the App Store at least had like come out, and it become accessible, so anyone could upload something to the App Store. And I made this in a weekend in C++ and OpenGL, like a video early version of OpenGL, like 1.5 or something. OpenGL is like the graphics library. Really basic, so no, like, you can't do any shaders, which are a way to do lots of interesting special effects. It's what's called a fixed function pipeline, so you just have a fixed set of drawing primitives that you can use. And so it's a game, it's based on, I guess I can stop playing. So, I'm trying to click the screen. So it's on my iPad here. So I'm just like, got it streaming to the screen through Wi-Fi. So this is a game that, I remember when I worked, when I was working in Johannesburg in an office as like in the IT department as a programmer. I remember there was this Flash game where you would kick a soccer ball, and I just became really addicted to it, and I played all the time while I wasn't working. And I don't know, it was just like really mesmerizing, just that kind of like doing a repetitive action over and over. And I always liked things like kind of bouncing balls, or like hitting a ball against a wall, kind of those repetitive kind of physical activities. So this was kind of just inspired by that, and a nice simple kind of front game to make as a first game. I drew the illustrations, like the background illustration myself, and I'll try and get to the. It's like, oh shit! You can see, like, as you go through the screen, the ball actually changes, which is actually something I added in later. If I can't get there, I'll put it on easy mode. But I want to get to the. Like, it'll eventually go to night time, and there'll be little fireflies that will come out. So I'll try to get to that, and then move on. It's a pretty simple game, but it's quite tricky. But depending where you get the ball, it'll go from a different direction. And the music is I've found on the internet, and I did ask the person if I could use it. They said, yep, and as long as, like, I keep them in mind if I make millions of dollars, and I haven't made millions of dollars, so I haven't contacted them since. Okay, here it's getting a bit darker. So the background scene, I think I used like some reference photos that I kind of put together. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Johannesburg. I was in Melbourne at the time, but they're kind of the pylon in the background is very kind of a Joburg kind of style, electrical pylon. So it kind of reminds me of Johannesburg, where I used to live. So you can see little fireflies. Yeah. See if I can get it some more. Doing pretty well. I just want to keep going now, but I think you've seen everything. So there you go. That's that game. Hi Sam. I've got this. Yeah, I've got this. I found this streaming thing, and I'm just using a trial version of it. So every now and then it pops up a message saying, "Hey, do you want to subscribe?" It like it wasn't the thing that I could just purchase outright. You have to do an annual subscription, which I thought I didn't really want to do. So every now and then it pops up a message, but luckily it doesn't, like, you don't see the message on the stream. So, all right. So that was that. And now I'm just going to go look at my website. I'm trying to go through these in chronological order. So that was 2010. So then after I made that, and I think there were a couple of websites that wrote about it. I mean, it didn't like sell a huge number of copies, but like it was I was pretty happy with it for like just something I made on a weekend. A friend of mine, John, a good friend of mine, John, who's an illustrator and an animator and kind of works in. I used to do a lot of Flash stuff, like kind of Flash. Oh, thanks. Still a lot of like Flash banner ads and things, but he's really good character designer and animator. And we kind of teamed up, and we decided we wanted to make a game together. So this was the first game that we made. It's called Office Chaos. So John's responsible for all the graphics, and then we kind of collaborated on the design. It's a very silly game. I'll start a new game. It's kind of in a setting that we were both in at the time. We were both working in offices, and so it's kind of in this kind of office environment. And the premise is that the computers, well, not only the computers but also the staff, have been infected by this computer virus. Well, I guess it's not a computer virus, but it's a virus, and it infects both computers and people, and it's turned the people into zombies that shoot lasers from their eyes. And so they're all after you, and you're trying to defend yourself by throwing office equipment at them. So I'll do sysadmin. So what you do, so they're coming to get you, right? Let me know if the audio is okay. I try to sort of tune down the game a bit because. So what you do is you flick across the screen, sort of like around there. So you kind of flick across to throw stuff, and it's all based on like 2D physics using box 2D. And this was also done in C++. I think this was the last game I did just in purely C++ because it was pretty painful. It's like C++ is not a really good language to iterate with, you know. It's fun, but it's just really a pain when you're just trying to change things all the time and you just want to kind of see how things play and stuff. It's too much. There's a lot of kind of planning involved, like when you're writing C++. So you can get these power-ups, which are these little discs that float by, like with different types of software. And what you can do is you can flick stuff. You can also duck. So. And then if they get too close, you can finish them by tapping the screen. Just try and get through. So what I'll do is I'll save up the power up, and you can also see you've got all your kind of upcoming items in the bottom there. So you can click on them, and tap on them, and select ones coming up. So then you're basically you're trying to get to the ground floor, and the bottom there's a big boss, which I probably won't get to because it's like a bit of time. It's a bit boring after a while. But let me use my power up. I think this makes things go really fast. Energy boost. Oh no, that just gives me energy. So you've got energy as well. So you've got like stamina up here, the blue bar. There's quite a lot going on in this game. So you got. Oh shit. Okay, forgot that. So it's quite damage. So like there's the stamina. So if you throw too much stuff, right? So you throw too much stuff, and then you'll have to take a nap. So he's taking a nap because you ran out of energy. And then you've got health, which is the bar button. So quite damage, we just do more damage. Stuck Right. But like we tried to model all these like Jenkins says this is exactly how I remember working in the office. Was like all these like things are like things that we remember from our office. Like these old like Dell like computers which were like black photocopiers. I remember there was like in the office I worked in Johannesburg. There was someone who always kept like a bottle of whiskey in their drawer, and they would like bring it out on Friday or something. Have a drink. And the clock in the game, so this clock actually has the correct time. So that's a bit of trivia. That clock, you can see the second hand is ticking and it actually shows the correct time. And like the plane has like its own physics. There's quite a bit of like, it wasn't, we put a bit of effort into it. I mean, it's not like the best game. We made this game free. No, I think it's a very silly game. But like, we made this game free, and it, I think we charged like $2 for it, and then we made it free for like a weekend or something, and it got, I think it was Hong Kong. It got like over 1 million downloads there. I don't know, it just took off. And we were like, oh, what do we do? Do we like put ads in the game? And we ended up just putting it back to $1. Yeah, I think it was $1. Got a bit of extra sales in it. I think we did make an ad-supported version for a bit called Unpaid Overtime. Upstairs Unpaid Overtime. It was a fun game to make. So what does this do? Oh, that gives me a shield. You can activate it. Oh, there's another company. Should have probably done the harder difficulties instead. Wouldn't last that long. Like and like another detail, if you do the quad damage, you get like little purple explosions when you hit them. I'll just get past this one. There's only 8 stars remains. I'm not going to go all the way to the boss stage. And the camera kind of zooms out, so you can do some quite big throws. Yeah, it's going to be quite a lot of fun to make. And just like, I was learning a lot of stuff, just like, you know, it's the first time I'd used like a physics engine and stuff, so it was kind of a lot of fun to play with that stuff. Yeah, making it in C++ was not very much fun. Just because you just want to kind of put stuff on the screen and make it do stuff, and like, it's just, there's so much other stuff to think about. And I'm quite, you know, I'm a quite experienced like programmer, and I've done a lot of C programming, a fair bit of C++, but just like for this kind of thing, it's just in my opinion, not much fun. Just gonna get this one right. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so I think it's kind of like, I think there's a different type of enemy that comes in a bit later, and then there's a boss. Maybe I'll just let them get in. Let's see if that looks like. Punch them. And the software is like a trial period, so it expires. Oh, there, I've got melted by that. So there we go. That's that game. I think it's like a survival mode. It's like a whole tutorial. Yep. Oops. Okay. Sorry, I just pushed the space bar much. Alright, so then next is Disco Squares. So now this is a game. This was kind of like a. So we're in 2011 now. So now. We'd been working on Boson X, which I'll show you in a bit, but this is a game that I released before that, and it was kind of, I'd been working on this kind of engine thing. I mean, it's really just like a framework where I could make the games in Lua, which was more of a scripting language, and much easier and quicker to iterate with. And then I would have all the kind of graphic stuff and the sound and stuff in C++ and OpenGL. Sort of separately, so all the game logic and kind of, you know, making things animate stuff I could do in Lua. It's just much quicker to iterate. Ooh, hello. So let me just read all those comments. Sam says, I like the animation of the zombies getting knocked back. It's almost funny how realistic it is compared to the rest of what's going on. Yeah, it's like, so Escapee says it's like a Katamari style game, and yeah, and because you get this big pile of props, and yeah, I like that, like having this big pile of things in front of you, and you can kind of punch the objects as well, and they kind of they hit each other and go flying off. And there's another power up which you didn't see, which is like a whirlwind, which makes everything fly around kind of in the air and hit everything, which is quite fun, but I didn't get that one. So this was a kind of basically a match 3 kind of game. I thought I had done something innovative, but it turned out like other people had already done that before. But it was kind of like also just a kind of a way to test this new framework that I'd been making. You know, actually see I could actually deploy a game onto the iPhone and get it through the App Store. And it was also kind of inspired by Bethany. My partner had been playing a lot of Bejeweled, and I kind of wanted to make something like that she might enjoy. So you've got this menu with these cool disco lights. The sound, the audio is from GarageBand, I think. Yeah, it's just like GarageBand gives you all these like pre-canned loops that you can kind of put together. So what it does is I got basically a bunch of these pre-canned loops, and they're all the same time signature. And I just sort of dynamically arrange them. So the music is always kind of changing. So you've got different modes. There's like a puzzle mode. I'll do classic. Options. I quite like this menu. It's quite slick. Let's go here. Okay, so the way this works is it's actually more like a match 4, right? So you can drag columns and rows, and you've got to make like shapes of 4 more like that, right? And you have a multiplier, and every time you do a move, the multiplier goes down, but then when you do a match, it goes up. I think this is a game I want at the moment, right? And then there's more stuff that comes in, like there's these tiles. Oh, there's these ones here. What do they do again? I can't even remember. They do something. One of them like will kill all the other tiles the same color. And I can't remember what these ones do. Let's see. This is a really bad move because it's like there was 7 moves. So I'm not actually sure what that does. Is there a options? Let's draw one. I won't go through the tutorial. Oh, here we go. Then there's locked tiles that come. Ah, shadows all surrounding tiles. Okay. And then that one shadows tiles are the same color. So pretty basic kind of like match 3 game. Anyway, kind of. It's fun to make like the particle effects and stuff. Oops, no, don't do that. And then like when you get the locked tiles in, it gets maybe a bit more tricky. And then there's this puzzle mode as well. So here, basically what you're doing is there's these puzzles, and you've got to get to this like configuration, right? So maybe this one, everything's messed up, and you've got to basically, by moving rows and columns, you've got to. So it's a bit like I guess like a Rubik's Cube a little bit. And then you can't move. See, I can't move this row because these ones are locked. So you've got to kind of work around that. Yeah. So that's Disco Squares Deluxe. All right, and then so now I'm going to switch over to. So now we're getting 2013. So this was a tulip, a jam game that I did. And this was for a Ludum Dare jam. And I think this theme was minimalism. And this was also just like a way to kind of test my framework as well. So if I do this full screen, and here I want to go game capture. Shift back. Takes a little while to see it. Okay, so this is a really simple kind of dodging game. You get that little coloured square, and you've got to dodge the other squares. And there's one button, and then when you die, a little flower grows where you died. So if I'm pushing space and like that, will just move me to the other plane. And then it's almost like a even more minimal kind of dodging game than something like CPX. And you can see all the places where you failed before. Oh. So I died a few times there. So that's that. So simple, but that was really fun to make. And the music for that was, I think I made that music on, I think that might have been GarageBand as well. Or it might have been Figure, which was an iOS app that I used to make. Sort of like a sequencing app. But I think that might have been GarageBand. And then yeah, it's so Ben Jenkins says, I love this, it looks addictive. Yeah, that was the kind of idea, right? Like I really love those kind of repetitive kind of like they're kind of hard games, but they're like really, really short, kind of tight retry loop. I find them really compelling. Okay, so I think I just need to open Steam for this one. So Boson X, this was another game that I made with John Kearney. So he did the character design and animations and the color, choosing the color palette and the UI and stuff, and I did most of the design and the programming. And this actually game took us quite a long time to make, and there were quite a few sort of different versions of this game that we went through. It started off as let me start the game. So the premise of this game is you're a professor and you're trying to find this elusive boson X particle. And John came up with this premise, and it was based on, like, at the time there was all this excitement around discovering the Higgs boson, and so what you are is you're a physicist and you're very hands-on. So instead of like just running these particle simulations and then looking at the numbers, you actually shrunk yourself down to go into the particle accelerator to find the particle yourself. So these are the different professors that you can use. I'll choose Kiro because that was the newest one. And then these are the different laboratories you can go to, and then it's like each one's a level set. So there's the standard model, there's the dark energy, and there's the anti-symmetry. So I started the standard model one, which is the easier one, and I started the Geon. So we initially made a free version of this game. We'd always planned to make it like for iPhone, but we decided to put out a free version for PC, which is the first 6 levels. And we were really lucky because that was Terry Kavanagh put it on Indie Games. Terry Kavanagh and Porpentine had like a site, Indie Games, indegame.es, and then like a big YouTuber found it on there, and quite a few YouTubers picked it up. So the free one got quite a lot of downloads. So when we put it on iPhone, it actually did quite well. And this game is still generating a little bit of income for me. So the idea is that you run on these blue platforms, and that increases your energy, and then when you get to 100%, then you kind of have reached critical velocity and discover that particle. But you can carry on going, and it just gets faster and faster, and the percentage is your score. So the first level is relatively easy, and then each level kind of adds new things and kind of has a different feel. This one has like kind of rotating geometry, and each one has its own music, and I made the music for this in Figure, which was that iOS app I was talking about. Sort of a really simple sequencing app. You can only have 3 tracks, like a bass, a drum, and a lead, and then but it was quite expressive because you could like you kind of drag around a lot of effects and do a lot of like automation, but with a really easy, intuitive interface. So it was quite fun to kind of just make music on the train, for example. I don't think I'll like finish this game, but I'll play a few games. See if I can And then these flashing ones are like go a bit faster. And then there's this red platforms also that collapse. I don't know if you can see a little detail that not many people notice is in Kiro's back there's a little hamster. So when he's flying, you can see it there, driving the little wheel. So that's how Kiro is actually powered. It's actually powered by a little hamster. It's actually a hamster in there who's driving the robot. So it's not actually like an AI, it's just an extension of a hamster. Not many people know that. So don't know if it'll show up because it's quite small, so it might not show up on the screen, but if you look closely in his back there you can see, or in their back, there's the little hamster. And then the music changes. So there's 2 tracks for each level. And each track is really short. It's only about like 8 seconds. Just loops. So it's hard to make it's kind of amazing what you can do with automation in music tracks. You can kind of make them sound like they are a lot longer than they actually are. Just by like, kind of varying things in the track. I mean, they still are kind of repetitive. So far. And then I'll show you one. Oh, okay, so, and then you get a kind of a particle trace. Oh, hello. Yeah, there's been like someone did a speedrun of this for the what's that big speedrunning thing? You can see the hamster cool. So games done quick. What's it called? That big speedrunning thing. But someone did a speedrun of this for that, which was cool to watch. Yeah, and there's been a lot of people playing it on YouTube and stuff. I'll show you another level. So this one has lightning in it, which is a bit scary. So you get these big rings of lightning. And this is all this is using that Lua framework. It's still all this OpenGL 1 point something. So before, no shaders, just all fixed function OpenGL. Which basically means, it gives you can draw stuff on the screen, make it a certain color. There's some built-in lighting stuff which I'm using here. But there's very little kind of customization. So any kind of effects, you kind of have to think of how you do them, with the kind of functions that you have available. And this game, it went through a lot of iterations, and like for a long time, it was just the platforms were kind of flat, right, and spread out horizontally, and you would just go from side to side, and then you get to the end, and you have to go the other way. And the inspiration for actually making a loop like this was super hexagon. So after playing that, I was like, oh yeah, we should definitely make it a loop. And that game also influenced a lot of the kind of just the making it a lot tighter and kind of just feeling like I can make it hard and then, but have that kind of tight retry loop. So I'll show you the final levels because they all have something interesting. So this one's just really fast and it has these kind of colourful background bits, and it has this, and each one has its own kind of like animation for how the platforms appear. So these ones kind of fly out from so you need to know like a lot of the patterns. See, a lot of it is about learning the patterns. So that's that one, and then each of the final levels is a different kind of gimmick. So this one, everything is kind of lines, like wireframe. So it's kind of hard to see where things are like that. Well, it's actually quite a few. that's that one. And then this one, the final level. Actually, I think there's some really cool levels in this. You see, and this one I started playing with like angled platforms as well. I really like this transition. It kind of looks like a kaleidoscope or something. So the way the platforms come in. This one, they're big pillars. So I try to make each level feel like different. Oh, this is a cool one. So also you can vary like how many segments there are in each level, right? So you can have, like, for example, this one, there's only 6, right? 6 segments, so it takes time. But I thought, what if you just make it 2, right? So here you've only got 2 segments, so it's just like you can just go between them. It's really confusing, but it was kind of fun to play with. Oh shit! Okay. And then this one, the final level, is just like it's inverted, like the star, the background particles are in the platforms, and it's really fast. And so it's really hard to see where the edges are. It's doable, like you can get used to it and do it. But it's almost like flying blind. I wonder if I can finish this. I doubt it. I'll have one more go. Yeah, awesome games done quick. Yeah, that's right. I'll give this one more go. Oh, no. Okay, one more. That doesn't count. So you really want to maximize your time on the blue platforms, so you can get as much energy as you can from them. But then that kind of, you don't want to stay on them too long because you'll fall off. There's a big one. Only 27%. Yeah, I'm not going to make it today. Out of practice. Yeah, and then this has like online leaderboards. And it even shows like, it shows where you got like at the end of the level as well, so you can see like I'm 6,535. That's where I am on the leaderboards. It's not very good. Okay, so that's that. Yeah, so that was Boson X. So that was like a really successful game for us. Like, I think both like design-wise and also commercially. And then I started making a lot more kind of free jam and experimental games. And the next one I want to show is action painting. Let me close this. So that should work. So this is the like the first version of action painting that I made. Oh yeah, it takes a little while to come on the screen there for some reason. So this is still using OpenGL, and it's the same kind of engine that I use for Boson X. So this was made as part of a little class I did with Li Shanlun called Glitchmark. So you ran a little kind of game design course, and that was really fun and kind of open, like kind of broadened my horizons quite a lot, I think. And it was a little exercise at the end where we make a game of some sort. So this is what I made. and it's a little platform, and you've got to collect these little pills, the little flashing pills before they expire. So they'll flash faster and faster, so like that. And if you wait too long, they'll disappear, and then all the platforms disappear, and you'll fall off. And then as you collect them, it'll change the kind of the paint that's coming out of you. So, oops, I think I'm going to make it. And then you kind of end up drawing this picture, and the idea is that you don't have a lot of control over it, and yet you are still making the marks, right? So it's kind of nice when you actually see like the thing that you made, because it's kind of hard to be aware of it when you're actually making it, because you're just trying to concentrate on collecting the pills. A lot of green. I want to get something that's not green, because there's a lot of green here. Oh, that's still pretty good, I think. Actually, I'll just move myself out the way. You can see. And then you kind of have the action painting kind of like logo still there. If you start a new game, it'll disappear, but I kind of like that. It's kind of like I've almost signed it myself. So it's very minimalist. And then and I didn't release this game, and I thought, I was really happy with it, and I thought I wanted to kind of add a bit more variety to the paints and things, and kind of play with the idea a bit more. So I made a follow-up game to this, which I never released. I mean, I did release it later, but in retrospect, I could have just released this as it was. I think it would have been. I mean, it's still really good. So I made Action Painting Pro over about a couple of weeks, and I guess I still had that kind of idea in my head. It was like, I can't really release something unless it's got like a bit more content, a bit more features, which, you know, I think I've grown out of that idea now, but like at the time, I think you feel like, oh, this isn't enough to just like release, right? So this one, for some reason, I made this game windowed mode. So I have to change this. There it is. Do that. Okay, there you go. So this game has sound, but the sound only starts. Okay, well, let me start again, because. So in this one, it's the same basic idea, but you've got, it's a bit more complicated. So you've got these 3 different bars that you need to collect, that you need to keep filled. So you've got a heart, it's like health, I guess. You've got money, and you've got what I like to think of as inspiration. And so you've got to collect the right thing. So I'm running out of money, so I need some money. So I'll go there. I need some inspiration. I need some I need some money. I need some inspiration. Okay, let me get another brush. And then as you get different tools, as you get different tools, the music will change as well. So it didn't really change that much there, because I didn't collect that much stuff. There's a line one, which is pretty cool. It's just another line one. So let me just. Okay, I've got plenty of health, some money. Need some more inspiration. So it kind of like adds different tracks, and I don't remember what I made these tracks in. I think there might have been figure as well. This is a cool effect. It kind of does like a looping thing. So there's a lot more effects in this version. This one was cool. Change the background. It's pretty cool. Jim Jones is very pretty, thanks. Hello. So I'll just do one more, and then to show a bit of the variety, and then we'll move on. So it's like it's quite a few different tracks that it mixes together. It's just basically little clips that of music that it kind of randomly sequences. Okay, I need to get some hearts. Hearts need inspiration, need money. I'll get some color here. The hard thing is you can't, once you get one, everything changes, so you have to kind of really make a decision and get both that thing. Because if I collect that dollar, then this thing will change, and I might not have a good chance to get it again. So, shit. So let me see if I can get this. Yeah. So that's that. Yeah, I like both those games. I think they're like definitely like one of my favorite things that I made. Yeah. Jim Jones says the black and white bits feel like old school Apple aesthetics, like HarperCard. I was trying to make it feel like a kind of an old paint program. Scapey says, I like the platforms. What's the reason you chose to make them look like that? Yeah, so I wanted them to look like as if you were like you're a little character now. So it's like you're in a big studio with a big canvas. So you've got these, how would you access the canvas? You'd access it with these platforms that would be, they wouldn't just be floating in the air. They'd be like on scaffolding or like be hung up from the ceiling. So it's kind of just to add a bit of realism, I guess. Like, not really realism, but like I don't know, make it like it's your studio, right? So so I don't know if it was obvious, but that's like the platforms are like, they're like, these are like hanging from the ceiling with chains, and then these have got scaffolding under them, the ones underneath. So it's like they're actually you're in your studio doing your thing, right? All right. So, this is one of my favorite games. This is really one of my favorite games. This one might take a little while because this is a puzzle game. I played it last night. I was just testing things to see how they worked, and I couldn't figure out the last bit. So I'm hoping I'll be able to figure it out now. But we'll see. So this game's called Substrates. I mean, this was made for another Ludum Dare, and the theme was beneath the surface, and it might have been the first kind of proper puzzle game that I made. I'm not sure. I mean, what's a proper puzzle game? I don't know, but so yeah, and this game was really fun to make, and it was just like the whole process of it was such a blur of like, I mean, I stayed up till like 4 a.m. working on this game, and I was just buzzing. My mind was just like buzzing the whole weekend, and it was just really fun to make. When you just really get into like something and you're just in the zone. I was really in the zone making this game. Yeah, and I was pretty amazed with like what I was able to do in 48 hours. I think it did like quite well in the like, I think kind of like 13th or something in innovation, something like that. In like, I mean, it didn't win Ludum Dare, but like it came, charted somewhere respectable. Yeah, so it's really fun to make. So what you're this little astronaut, and you've obviously crash landed on this planet. Complete Time Barber says the scaffolding reminds me of Donkey Kong type games. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of, I mean, I guess that kind of retro kind of look, especially with like the Photoshop and stuff. That's what I was going for. So I don't know how the volume is. it's quite soft, but probably hear it a bit. So you're this little astronaut, and you can fly around with your little jets. And I remember like getting all this like collision to work was like really hard. Like this is all I implemented this all myself. I didn't use physics or anything. I had used physics before. I don't know why I decided to do it myself. I think because I wanted to make it all grid based, and it just seemed like it would be easier. But yeah, there were a lot of like weird edge cases which were hard to get. So you're on this planet, so you go exploring, right? Let's go exploring. You've got a laser, and then you can push R, and that will basically just reset that screen. And the music for this game I made on also on iOS, and I used an app called Animoog, or Animoog, I don't know how you say it, which is it's supposed to be like represent, I think, like an actual synthesizer. I don't know a lot about synthesizers, but it's supposed to like represent, you know, it has a kind of a, actually I might have it on here. But yeah, and you could get all these weird like spacey sounds with it. It's really fun to play with. Do I have it on here? Yeah. Animoog. This one. So you there you go. So you can like make all these weird sounds and stuff. And there's all sorts of weird things you can do with it. And you can like, there's all sorts of knobs and things to play with. It's kind of really fun to just make cool sounds. So these sounds were made with that app. So you get to here, and you can blast through this rock. It's like cracked. Okay, cool. So you go down here, and you go, what's this? And then the idea is that there's these different materials in the game, and they all interact differently with your laser. So this one, you shoot it, and it kind of will grow towards you. So what you can do is you can stand next to it and shoot it, and then it will grow around you like that. And now you're inside that material. And so you can get into all the materials, and they all like react differently. So the idea is to kind of explore the world through interacting with these materials. And each one has its own sounds as well. So each one has its own little score. And then the property of this one is your lasers go really slow. So it like slows down your lasers. So let's go exploring. So here you get to this one, and okay, so you obviously want to get into that passage, and you can, if you like shoot this one, the blue one, then it kind of grows upwards, so it doesn't go towards you, it goes upwards. So what you can do here is you can shoot this one, and because your bullets are slow, you have enough time to get up here, and then you can get into this one here. And then you get to this purple substance, which kind of like just expands. It like the cell you hit, like all the ones around it will become purple as well. I like the music in this one; it's really ominous. So you got here, and there's like a green one up there. Go down here. Okay, so here we are. So now what can we do with this, right? So I can't go down. This is the edge of the world down there. So what we can do here is we can get inside this one by going like that. Now if we shoot from here, we can hit the purple, and then that will expand out like that, right? So what we can do is we can extend this one here. And then if we go inside the yellow by shooting it from this end, we can shoot here, and that will, this purple one, so this purple block, like there. In the corner, in my top left corner, like there, that one will expand, and we can then get out the screen through the purple, right? So if I do that, then we get that, right? So now I can go here and go through here. But then I get into this area and I can't really do anything here because I can only shoot sideways, so I can't shoot these ones up there. So let's go see what's this way. So we do that and then that. And we can go here. Okay, so we can go this way. These ones I can shoot up, so that seems like probably might be useful once I get up to that top area. And then here, and then there's these green ones again. We haven't been able to interact with them yet. And this area here, what you can do is you shoot that one, and then you shoot this one, and then that will kind of, because the purple ones fill in all the surrounding ones, it kind of moves it up. So then you can do that again and work your way up. And we get to here, we go through here. And then we can do this one and build this up, which then creates this bridge over there. But there's nothing else I can do here, I don't think. Yeah, so I'm just shooting the grey, which is not going to do anything. So go back this way. So what do I do now? So now there's kind of this weird, kind of, almost like a glitch, but it's not a glitch, it's supposed to happen. So if you notice here, you can see up here, there's purple there, but then on this side there's blue, right? So what if I go through this bit here, I'll end up in the blue, right? So that's how you can kind of get to that blue there. So you can use the edges of the screen as well as kind of like a glitch. Yeah, this is like really one of my favorite like things that I've made. Like, and I've always kind of thought, oh, it'd be cool to kind of revisit it and make like a bigger thing, but I never got around to it. Okay, so we can go this way. More of the green ones, and then this is the path that we completed earlier, so now we can go up here. To the right, nothing's there, so I'm going to go there. Just the dead end. And then we can go up here, and I go up here and I come up in this kind of spot here, but if I go into this one, I can come up inside the grey. So now I'm actually inside like the rock, right? So that's where I started. We can go on this way. Yeah, I can't go through here. There is a way to go that way, but I don't need to. So there's this one here. So now I can actually shoot this one, so we can see what it does. So that one grows out diagonally, right? Which doesn't really help me now, but actually I don't want to go this way. I want to go this way. So let's go and have a look around this way. Okay, and then you see this weird glowy thing. And the idea is that you think, oh, I wonder what that is, and then that's like where you're supposed to go, right? So go around this way, and looks like we can get there through here. I go here, and okay, that's how I get there. So now this is where I was stuck yesterday. So I think what I need to do here is, I need to make, if I make that green, right, then I can make this green one here. Wait, let me think. Just give myself a bit of space here. Yeah, so if I make this one, I think what I can do, I think I need to fill in, I need to get through this green one here, right? Well, I need these green ones. No, this green one, because this green one will come out there, where this path is. No, okay. Oh, yeah, so what I can do maybe, if I make this one, see this one above and to the left of me, and make that green, then I could come from around this way and go up and then come through that end, right? So how do I do that? So I think if I do this one, then I can... damn. See, now I'm stuck in this yellow. I don't want to be stuck in this yellow. Scopey says the different music is so good, thanks. Yeah, I really like the... I like everything about this game. Like, I like all the kind of visual effects and everything. Yeah. I would like to solve this. I don't want to spend like way too long on it, but I think I have a pretty good idea how to do this. So, but I think, yeah, I think I want to. I don't want to go into the yellow, right? This one, I want this one. All I need to do is I need to fill in this one above to my left, right? That's all I really need to do, because then I can go in here and go up and go through. So let me reset a bit. So you can go back like this. Push an R. So all I need to do is I need to fill in that one and that one. No, not even. I just need to fill in this one. So that one, and then the one above it. But maybe I want to do this one here first. How do I do that? So if I do this one like that, I think this one here might reach up to there. Yes. So that one, now I've got that one filled in, but now I've blocked off my path. Okay, wait. Blocked off my path. So first do this. Yes, and then do this. No, this. Yes. No. See, now I can't get to that one. Fuck. I can't get to the one above my head to shoot it to make this one turn green. What if I do that one from above there? Is that maybe a better option? There's too many of these other ones. Get rid of those, because they keep on blocking my path. I think if I just do this one here, see, the problem here is if I shoot this one, I'm gonna like block myself in, right? So how can I not do that? I could use the yellow. I could use the yellow somehow. I don't want to block myself in. See, I want to shoot this one. How am I going to do this? Yeah, maybe that's what I need to do, hey? Yeah, like, so Sam says I need to use the yellow to shoot a slow bullet and then race to the right point. I think you're onto something. I think maybe you're onto something. It's kind of cool when you can't even remember solutions to your own puzzles. And I think from memory there are like multiple ways to solve this. I think there's even like some really obvious ways, but like I remember like when I made it, there were lots of like, I found so many kind of like things I hadn't thought of afterwards, like kind of like ways to short circuit the puzzles and stuff, but I just left me because thought that was cool. So, okay, so let's just think. So I need to, if I can fill in this one where I am now, that would be good. What other ones would be good to fill in? I mean, that one, obviously, the one above my head. Yes, so, okay, so the idea here is so is there a way for me to, so when I get this one, is there a way for me to shoot that one? What if I, see, it's going to create, oh God, this is so confusing. I don't know if there's a way for me to get rid of the green ones once I've created the yellow. Once I've created the green ones, I don't know if there's a way for me to get rid of them. Because to make the yellow grow over the green, I'll have to actually be inside the green. And I can't get inside the green. Okay, so let's think. So another option, right? Another option is if I shoot this one, if I can then be like have yellow such that when I shoot this one, maybe what I can do, would that help? So if I have to be like, yeah, I have to be on that green one, right? So if I can get through that green one, okay, so if I can have yellow, say, so I can have yellow here, right? Yes, okay. So if I make yellow here, I think this will work. Like that. No. So I have to make yellow all the way, I think. Let's make yellow there, there. Wait, let me just make this yellow, make more yellow here. Then, not that one. No. This one. No, you see, then that does that. Okay, wait. I need yellow up to there. But then I can't get to that one. Now I can't get to that top one. Fuck's sakes. What's the time? Let me give myself a deadline. I'll give myself another, I'll give myself to 1:15 to solve it. I think I'm almost there. So what I want, so if I do this one, then see, I want to have yellow here. My plan is, right? My plan is I'm going to have yellow here, right? And I want this one here, this one below me, to also be yellow. So then what I can do is I can shoot this one and go into that spot, and then I'll be in the green and I'll be in the clear, right? So how do I get yellow all the way there? How do I do that? Because as soon as I shoot that one, it's going to create one there. It means I can't get up there. And if I do this, then when I shoot this one, then I can't get up here. maybe what I can do is, I know, what I'll do, I'll give myself an kind of escape route. So like if I go here, but I know, sorry, go here, do that, right? Now I can go out this way. So then I can get back through there. Okay, this will work. Watch this. No, this is fine. This is fine. So now I'm blocked off there, but I can come through here, and then I can go up this way, and then I can come down here. I'll go into here, shoot my laser, and go wait here. Okay, here we are. Cool. So now we're in the green. Okay, then we can come out here. So then, what happens? Let's get the titles. Oh, I forgot what happened here, but you just get the title. That was pretty good. So yeah, this is definitely like one of my favorite games that I've made. Okay. This? Oh, I've still got this running. Okay. Complete Tim Baba says Julian Ian McLeod's hidden gem. Thanks. So this game won an award. Merit Copus gave an award. They used to run. She used to run a site called Forest Ambassador, I think it was called. Anyway, it was like a to review like little games, free games, and she gave it an award, the best Michael Bro game not made by Michael Bro. So I was really happy with that. So I think that was like one of my highlights of my career. What's next? Alright, and so the next game is Ganubi Hotel. So this game, I thought I'd lost it because last night I was going and looking through my games, downloading them all to have them on my computer ready to go, and I clicked the link to download this one, and it was Scapey says, wow, what an honor. Yes, I agree, it was a big honor. I was really happy with that award. And I clicked the link to download it, and the link was broken and there was nothing there. And this was like before I was putting my games on each. I don't even think each was a thing then yet or not, but I wasn't putting my games on each. I was hosting them on my website, and the link was broken, and I was like, oh no. And I think what happened was I'd moved over my hosting like quite a while ago, like migrated servers, and I must have just forgotten to copy the files, and like it was gone, like the game was gone. I did have the source code like in my GitHub, so I downloaded the source code, and I was able to use. I didn't actually have to rebuild the actual engine because I just used the same engine exe from another game around the same time, and it still ran the Lua scripts fine. So I just repackaged it up and put it back on the site. So it's back there now, so you can actually play this game again. I mean, it must have been gone for like years, and like I didn't realize. So I'm glad I found that. So anyway, so this game was almost lost. Full screen. Okay, I'll just make it full screen like this. So this is another windowed game. So still using the same engine that I used for Boson X, and I'd been kind of adding things to the engine every now and then. So not, you know, it's not compatible across all these games, but this is still this OpenGL like 1.5 or whatever before shaders. No shaders in this game. It's all just OpenGL. So this is a game based on, I think this was part of Make Game. So there was a site, like a forum site that started around this time called Make Game. So MAKEGA.me was the site. I don't think it's around anymore. And there was a little community of game makers, and there were forums. People would talk about the games, post the games. It's just a really nice little community. And they would have these kind of jams, but they called them pageants, and they were month-long kind of slow jams with that kind of a theme. I can't remember what the theme. I think the theme was series. Theme was series. So the idea was you'd make a series of little games. And so this was something I made for that. And it was based on my experience playing arcade games in this old hotel in Kanubi, which is a coastal town where I went to primary school for a while. I wouldn't say I grew up there, because I only went there for like a few years, but like I went to primary school for a few years there. Like my early primary school was here. And yeah, going to this like hotel, and they had all these arcade machines, like these old games, and I was just like the carpet smelled of smoke, and like it's just like this old hotel rundown. But like I just loved all these old arcade games, and like just like all these flashing lights, and it's just really like magical. So it's kind of based on that kind of sensory overload experience. So I'm just explaining this now because like when I start playing, it's like I'm not going to be able to talk, I don't think. So there's like 4 games in one here, and they all overlaid on top of each other. Yeah, and they're all sort of based on like old sort of arcade kind of stereotypes, all kind of games. So there's a the green one is like a which is the one I'm playing now. It's the it's like a asteroids kind of game. And then there's the red one is a kind of a snake kind of game. I'll play that for a bit. And then there's a kind of a fighting game, like a Street Fighter. I don't think they had Street Fighter, but they had like some karate game which was like similar kind of. So that kind of thing, right? So like a fighting game. So you can jump and you can punch, and you just use the arrow keys. I think you push down to punch. And then there's a kind of a Tempest-like thing. I don't think they actually had like Tempest, but they had something similar, like, you know, one of those kind of tunnel kind of games. So the blue is that. So that's the one I'm playing now. And that gets faster. That's quite hard. Probably the hardest one. It gets like faster and faster. So at the time when I was making all these games, I was these are all free games, and I was still working, but I think I had gone down to 3 hours a week, 3 days a week, and my job. They were very kind of like, yeah, they were very nice to let me do that. So, you know, I took a corresponding obviously pay cut as well, but kind of wanted to spend more time making the games. And I guess I thought I would like make another commercial game, but I didn't. I ended up just making like a whole bunch of free games. Yeah, so you play those games, and then you run out of money, so the money's in the top corner here. And game over. That's that. Yeah, so I quite like that one. Okay, and then this is another one for a make. Oops. Another one that was done as part of Make Game. It's called Sansky number 40. Sorry, I'm just trying to find where it is. Here it is. So this was, I can't remember what the theme was. Can't remember. This one uses, there's a kind of a project that provides royalty-free, or there might even be public domain, recordings of music that's gone out of copyright, such as Mozart's 40th Symphony. And yeah, I kind of wanted to just make use of that. So, and a very flowing kind of music. Yeah, I'm not like, I mean, I remember, it's a very well-known piece of music, right? But like, I remember listening to this when I was much younger, just in the dark, and getting these like images of these, sorry, I should read some of the chat. So, Complete Suburban says no shaders. Yep, no shaders. It's all just like rendering to a frame buffer, and then like having a kind of rendering to a texture, and then doing things with that texture, like fading it out, so you get that kind of ghosting and stuff. And then Soundscape says, love the reflection in the monitor. Yeah, so I didn't talk about that. So that's like reflection on my face. And I guess it's sort of like, because it's almost like a self-portrait kind of game, like, because it's sort of just about my experience with that arcade. So I thought that would like kind of appropriate. And it's quite subtle. Like, I don't always notice it. I didn't really notice it when I was playing it. So this game is, yeah, I wanted to just use that music. And I remember like, when I was a lot younger, listening to this music in the dark and just getting these like images of these like waves, because it's very flowing music, right? And like, so yeah, kind of this is a game kind of like based around that. So you kind of, and also I wanted to play with this idea of like this 3D kind of like snow that you're going over, but it's actually just these 2D planes, right? That's all it is, kind of, that's matter. And it's really simple. You just use the arrow keys and you can kind of jump over these snow dunes? No, snow fields, I guess. Sometimes you get a bit of air. So yeah, it's kind of janky a bit, but it was fun to make. Not really much to say about it, really. Like, it was fun to make, but like not one of my favorite projects. What's next? Next is Suburban Garden, which was another Ludum Dare game, and the theme was Connected Worlds. Suburban Garden. So I'll probably stop. Probably stop at midday, I think. I think I'll run out of games for this that I've downloaded by then, but I don't want to go too long. I get a bit fatigued after a while. So this is a game. This is a game set in our backyard where I live right now, in our house. It looks a bit different now because it's like much more overgrown. And these are all photos like from our backyard. There's a lizard and your little bee. Then you can go buzzing around, and they sort of like tile like the backyard, so sort of looking over our back fence. So washing line is the neighbour's house. Looks like kind of like a winter day, like a sunny winter day. Anyway, you can go exploring around, and then there's a lizard here, and then the lizard eats you if you get too close. But then you become the lizard, right? So now you're the lizard. and each one has like different movement. I quite like the lizard. It's like it feels very lizardy. But the lizard, you can go down to the ground, so you couldn't do that with the bee. You couldn't get down here. So with the lizard, you can get down here, and there's a little ant. Oh no, it's a fly, and so you can go and eat the fly. Oh, but then you get like taken away by a crow. But your tail is left behind, and then you can be the little ant. So now you're the ant, and you can pick up the tail, and what you want to do with the tail. And it's very heavy, so you go a lot slower once you've got the tail. All the sounds in this game are my own voice, by the way. Let me know if you can't hear them, and I'll turn them up. But yeah, so you get onto a little burrow, and basically you're taking the tail into the ant colony to make more ants, and then that gets absorbed into the soil, and then that feeds a plant which is growing over here, and you can control the plant. So I'm just using the arrow keys. this is my voice, obviously, and then it kind of splits out, and you can kind of control the direction, so I can go left or I can go right. So I'm going left now, left, or I can go right, and then it kind of splits out each time, so it kind of does this like fractal thing. And then that blossoms into a beautiful tree. And then the bee comes along again, and I need the bee. And the bee has some pollen. And then the bee goes buzzing around. Buzzing around the place. Tree's still dead. Bee gets eaten by. And it's just the cycle of life, I guess. So yeah, this goes on in the loop like that. Oh, the shot, underground shot. Yeah. No, so I think that underground shot was is actually just like a top-down shot of like this kind of mulch here that you can see on the screen, right? And then I think I just made that. I just darkened it. Colonicus is beautiful. Thank you. I just made it like darkened it in like a paint program. So like it's just a shot, top-down shot from the mulch, and then I actually just, it's not actually a hole I dug, it's just blackened with a paint program. And that little lizard, like I drew the lizard, I drew the flowers. So some things are drawn, some things are the bee I drew, and some things are just photos. Yeah, and that's our backyard. Next game is okay. So there's a content warning for this game. It's got shooting and it's a bit violent, and it's got blood. So just a heads up. I'm gonna do it anyway because it's like I wanted to do them all chronologically. It's called Boot. It's not like a very pleasant game, especially like in the context of a lot of things that are going on at the moment. But I'll play it anyway. You know, I mean, I don't want to like leave things out. And so yeah, so you're this police officer, security guard, something. So you rock up in your armored vehicle, and then there's all these people, and they're like protesting or something. And you shoot them, and I remember there was like someone wrote a piece. I think it was Electron Dance, like on Rock Paper Shotgun, about how they were comparing it to like Spec Ops, and like this idea of like, you know, you do something bad in the game and then you feel guilty about it. And I don't really see it like that. I think that's, I mean, I don't think it's the best game, but also I don't like the whole idea of like that's not you, right? You're just like, it's like an actor who's like a villain. That doesn't make the actor a bad person, right? So it's just like you're acting like a little play, right? And then there's a little ending. Let's see what happens. Yeah. So then one of them comes up to you and like shoots you with a shotgun. Or shoots the oppressive police person. And then they'll come stand around and look at your corpse. So not like particularly deep or anything. But kind of resonated with me at the time, but it doesn't really. It seems a bit like it's dead. I don't know. I wouldn't make something like that now. Sam says, Scapey says, I think he's talking about the previous game. This feels like a particular era Flash game, almost a Frog Factions vibe. I assume we're talking about Suburban Garden. Yeah, I guess that's sort of like discovering things as you go along kind of vibe. Okay, so that's Boot. The next one is, I'm going to do 3 more and then I'll call it a day, I think. Is Black Hole Interior Explorer. I think this was another one for the Make Game pageants. Boot was done for a jam where we would like make, the theme was to make games in the style of Tom Van Boogart, who's now part of Sock Pop and who did Burn Band. But before that, they made a lot of like, some of them are quite violent little like games, often like set in like sort of sci-fi kind of future kind of, a lot of kind of violence in them, and on Game Jot. So it was kind of made in that style. I mean, I don't know how much I succeeded, but that was the idea, right? And then I think Black Hole Interior Explorer was also made for Make Game. Let me find it. So this is a game about exploring the interior of a black hole. And I think this came out before. Was it before? What's that movie? Oh, you know that movie where they go through a wormhole and there's a big black hole? Someone will mention it. Anyway, I think it was before that, but like, I thought it would be cool. Like, I don't know, it's just kind of a cool. I've always been interested in kind of black holes and astronomy and cosmology. Oh, well, cosmology more than astronomy, I guess. But like, all those like weird space phenomena are just like really fascinating, I think. No, not 2001. Interstellar, that's the one. Yeah, Interstellar. Yeah. So, and so I guess there's a different kind of take on like what you would find inside a black hole. So you probably missed like the start of it. So the start of it will start out like this. So it starts out black, and then you approach the black hole, and then you go into it, and you can go forward and backward, and you're inside the black hole now, right? So it's just like, what happens, like everything becomes noise inside a black hole, right? Because it's like, I guess it's like pure entropy. Like information is, I don't think I think they've shown that information is actually not lost in a black hole, but like, I'm not sure. But it seems like it would be like pure kind of entropy, right? And so it's just this chaotic, and it kind of looks like quite like, it's got kind of catacombs of Solaris vibes. Yeah, still no shaders, so this is just OpenGL. There's basically a whole bunch of different planes overlaid on top of each other. I've got some. No, actually, so you're saying Twitch video compression hates this game. It actually looks like that. That's what it looks like. It looks like compression. Like all those square bits, those like pixelated things, they're actually in the game. That's what it looks like on my screen. Like, I mean, I'm not actually looking at the stream right now, so I guess I could have a quick look. but like it does look like compression artifacts. Let me just open Twitch on my phone. I'm live, yes. Yeah, that's about what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like that. Like it looks like all those like squarey bits are like what the game looks like. And so the way this is done is it's a whole bunch of different planes, and then I have this like sort of cellular noise that I'm actually it's almost like, you know, like Conway's game, a laugh sort of thing that's running, that's generating all these dots, right? So there's actually like a little, you can kind of see it there, there's like a little automata, like little rules that govern like how those little dots are propagating, and then I'm writing those to textures, and then there's a whole lot of different planes of that texture like that you're flying through. But then I think there's like 2 copies of each texture. So there's like one that's point sampled, which is where you get these like little square pixelated squares, but then there's also one that's like linear sampled and superimposed on top of that, which is how you get all this kind of weird glowy stuff. And then there's also some like hidden things, and there's hidden faces in here as well. So they're kind of hard to see, but you can kind of see one in the distance there. It's like there was a little face, little photographs and things that are kind of hard to spot, but you can find them. I just noticed that if I use my arrow keys, I don't get the sound. But yeah, that's weird. Oh, and you can also look around. So there's mouse look as well. Let's see if we can find a face. Yeah, this is pretty mesmerizing. And I wanted it to be this kind of quiet thing where you could just like stop and just like look at things and try and figure out what is going on. And, you know, obviously it's quite disorientating. You can't look behind you. There's an arbor. Can you see the arbor? It's like right in the middle of the screen. There's an arbor. Yeah. Yeah, I guess when it's moving, it probably artifacts a lot. I did a little test stream like a week ago, and like it seemed to be pretty good, but then occasionally Twitch would like there'd be a lot of artifacts. So hopefully it's come through okay. I mean, my internet speed should be fast enough to do Twitch. Let's see if I can find another face. Yeah, I love like just making kind of screenshots. And if you keep in one spot, the more you move, because the colors will change, and the cellular noise will change. Well, cellular noise is the wrong word. The kind of the automata will like evolve. You can see it like there. You can really see it going there, like the little dots. You can see them kind of like doing their thing. Yeah, I wanted to make like a really kind of trippy thing. I'm pretty happy with this. Let's see if I can find one more face. I think there's one there, so it'll be easy to see that. There's something there on the right. Yeah, there's someone there. There's someone. There's another arbor. So I guess it's like having these faces in there. It's kind of like this idea of like maybe like human consciousness like is still like is also like absorbed into the black hole. What is that? Yeah. So there's these suggestions of like these shapes that look like they might be recognizable things, like this big long kind of like shape on the left there. I think that's from a photo, but I'm not sure exactly what it is. Alright, that's that one. The next one is Mind the Gap, which was a game I made for Clone Jam Jake, which is where the theme was to make games in the style of Jake Clover. I think Jake said that he loved it, so that was very good. So I think I succeeded. And I really like the visuals in this game. There's some really jarring sounds in this game, so I'm just going to turn the volume down a bit. Tell me if you like it's too soft, but there are some bits where it just gets really loud and obnoxious. Okay, so you start off the game. Oh, it's got to. Where is it? There it is. Okay. So it's still OpenGL. Like these OpenGL games, it takes like a while for OBS to pick them up for some reason. So you start. The way it starts is the train pulls in. You get out. This whole crowd gets out the train, and then you're left behind. You use the arrow keys, and you're kind of this weird spider-like thing. You try and leave the train station, and it says your ticket's expired. You try to go to the ticket station, and it's just out of order. Okay, well, let's just go to the restroom. It's a little adventure game, basically. Let's go to the restroom. I had a lot of fun with these visuals, like just having these different kind of textures and like weird proportions and things. That was really fun to make, and you can squash all these bugs. And you go to the vending machine. Cigarettes are $17. You don't have enough money for cigarettes. So I wouldn't want to wash my hands in the water. I don't know what's happening in this bathroom. It looks a bit suspicious. And I have $2, so I should probably get on the train and go to work. So you can get on the train and then you can go to work. And this is it's a bit loud, so. And then you're at work and you're trying to get some money. I've got $8, so it's not really enough for. Yeah, that bit's a bit like it's pretty full on. Hi, Still Alice. Hello. Okay, let's go back to work. I need $17. I want to get some cigarettes, right? I can't leave the station. I can't buy tickets because the ticket machine's out of order. 17. Okay, so that's good. And it's kind of like a war zone in the background. I'm not sure what's going on there. It's almost like you're working. It's like a civil war or something going on, and your job is like it involves collecting money off some battlefield. Just going to squash the bugs again. Okay, so let's get some cigarettes. Okay, and we can have a smoke at last. Ooh, I should move myself. Okay, and then you got incinerated from smoking. Sorry, I was obscuring the animation a little bit, but I think you saw most of it. Okay, that end. Anyway, I really liked the visuals in that game. Like, I don't know, I had a lot of fun making that. And then the last one I want to do today is Full English Breakfast, which is a painting game. So can someone give me complete and barber. So that was delightful, thank you. Scapey says, lol, that was really well done, thanks. Invigorated. Yes. Okay, so this is a painting game, so I wonder if someone could suggest something for me to paint, and then I'll paint that. So think of something for me to paint, a theme or an object or something, and I'll paint that. So this is also OpenGL. This is the last game where I was using my old OpenGL framework. And so the games after this one, I started actually using shaders. And I started making, I was working on a new kind of framework, which I ended up open sourcing called Amulet. But this was the last one I did in my old framework. So this is still using like the boson engine. And what you can do is you have two utensils. You have a knife, which you can use to like smudge things, and then you have a fork which you can use to stretch things out. But I want something to draw. I want a theme. So I'm just going to wait until someone gives me something. It can be anything. Just surfing. Okay. Escape, you got there first. Surfing. So, okay. Okay, let's do surfing. So this kind of sausage looks like a surfboard. So I'm going to make this into a surfboard. So there, if I pull this out a bit, there's my surfboard. And then I need someone standing on the surfboard. So we taste like pork, I believe. So let's we'll make the person out of bacon. So they'll be like standing on the surfboard there. This is kind of their arm here. So, and then this will become their head maybe. So I'll bring this in a bit. Kind of a spiky head here. Bring these proportions in a bit. So kind of like that's the person surfing. This is their arm. Maybe their arm should be kind of like coming out here actually. It's like trying to balance. Bring that in. Now this, I can make this into a mouth or something. I find I use the fork mostly because it's kind of easy to manipulate stuff with the fork, but I'll use the knife maybe for the waves. Okay, I'll turn this light brown bit into their hair because that's kind of like sun bleached kind of. It kind of looks like they've got an ear or something like that. Okay, there, it kind of looks like some sun bleached hair there. So there's their face. Maybe the darker bacon is their wetsuit, right? So they're wearing a wetsuit. I guess this could be a self-portrait, a surfing themed self-portrait, right? So this is me. So it's still a self-portrait and it's surfing themed. So I'm doing both of those prompts at once. And then this, I need an arm coming out here. So there's another arm kind of sticking out like that. Okay, so that's that. And now what I want to do is I want kind of, I wonder what I can do with this yoke though. I mean, that should really be, you want the sun, right? But the sun is not down there. I wonder if I can just move it. This yellow, I'm going to move a bit of yellow up into the sky so that I can use it for a sun. Clean this up. So I'll put a sun here. So there's the sun. And then get rid of this. And then, oh yeah, we need a bit of this white for the surf, right? So there's like going to be a big wave here. Let's just push this up. And we'll use the baked beans for the wave as well. Oops. The baked beans kind of have this like, it looks like the kind of, you know, that kind of effect that you have on water. Let me switch them off. Okay, I need a bit of this color, you know, this whoosh, you know, this side. And then we'll have this. I guess you want the wave kind of crashing like this, right? So it's sort of like a barrel coming like that. Something like this. So it's a bit blurry because it's like, it's an action shot, right? So everything's a bit blurry. There you go. So there's my surfing picture. All right. That's it. I think I'll call it a day there. Yeah. Complete Zimbabwe says, if you had done this in 1960, you'd have earned your place in the canon forever. Still else says, this is a surprisingly good picture. Thank you. Thanks, Skateby. Thank you for coming, and thank you. What I'm going to do, so this is a nice place to end because this is the end of the OpenGL era, where I was just using like OpenGL, and then after this, I think pretty much all my games are starting to explore shaders and stuff. So they kind of go in different directions. So I thought that'd be a good place to end it, and I'll do another one maybe next Saturday. Start looking at those games. Yeah, thank you everyone for coming. And see you next time. Bye. Hello. Hi James Tones, hi Skateby, hi Still Isles. Can you hear me okay? Let's check everything's working. Nice of you to join Still Isles. It must be very late for you. Just want to check. Cool. Thanks. So I just want to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land from which I'm streaming, the Wurundjeri and the Bunurong people of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Hi Skateby. This is part 2 of a stream of all my games from the last decade. kind of an archival, I guess, project, kind of documentary project that I've been wanting to do for a while. Basically playing through all my games as a way to preserve them somehow. There's already one that is not working anymore, which I couldn't get working for the stream, so already had one casualty. Hi, Stiles. Well, I'm really glad that you're here. So last time I ended with Full English Breakfast, and that kind of concluded all of the games that I'd made using pretty much the same engine that I used for Boson X, which used a graphics library called OpenGL 1.5, which the reason that's significant is it didn't have what are called shaders, which are a kind of a much more flexible way to kind of set the colors of pixels on the screen, and you can do much more interesting things with shaders. And so from 2015 onwards, I had been developing a kind of a new tool set in the background, but I hadn't used it yet. So from 2015 on, I was just using my new tool set, which I hadn't released yet, but I did eventually release as Amulet. And that was using a newer version of OpenGL with shaders. And I kind of been wanting to sort of play around with those a fair bit. So a lot of the games here are kind of experimenting and learning about shaders. And I developed this kind of technique which I used for quite a few games here, which culminated in a little tool called Vertex meadow, which we'll probably do at the end of the stream. So the first game I wanted to do was the first thing that I made, sort of complete-ish thing. Just let me go back here. I want to open that new window. Was this? So a lot of these. Another significant thing about this new tool set I was using was that it allowed me to make web-based games. So the version of OpenGL I was using was compatible with WebGL. Sorry for all these technical terms, but basically it means that I could run the games in a web browser. So that was something I wanted to do. It just makes the games a lot more accessible. Hello, Patrick. So that was another kind of reason for having this new tool set. Anyway, so basically for this game, what I had made was like the bare bone essentials for what you need to have a game. So you can render primitive shapes on the screen. There's input, so I can use the mouse and I can use the keys to look around, and there's really, really basic sound. Hi, Klonika, welcome. So, and when I say basic, I mean basically one of the things I wanted with this kind of new framework was that it gives me quite low level access to the systems that I'm using. So the graphics is I'm just basically plotting points and connecting them up to make shapes. So these models, these squares, I've just sort of built by defining the vertices of the points of these squares. I didn't model them or anything like that. The sound is in this game is just sine waves, because basically the only sound I'd implemented was, you can basically program your own sound. So basically program the individual waves of the sound. So it didn't even support like loading pre-made music. So the sound in this game is just pure sine waves. and you could do things with shaders. So you can see I've got a bit of a blur around the outside there, kind of like a vignette kind of around the outside. So with this game, you're kind of lost in the city and you start walking, and then what will happen is, oh, actually I should show you. So when you approach a building, when you intersect the building, the kind of, I get this kind of weird noise, kind of more kind of effect. And that was just me like messing around with the shaders and like finding something that was kind of look cool and just going with that. I still didn't really know what I was doing. So, so as you walk around, the further you get from the middle, I think I'm just going back to the middle now. Oh, there's no audio yet. So there should be audio now, right? Yeah. So as you go further away, it starts adding audio, and still I was just asking about why there's no audio. And it also adds this kaleidoscope effect. So basically, the further you get away, the more audio tracks it adds in, and the more segments of this kaleidoscope it adds. And so you can sort of still see where you're going now, but now it's added 4, and it gets a bit harder to kind of, and now it's like pretty impossible to navigate around, but it starts to look really pretty. But you're still actually walking around that city, right? But it looks more like a kaleidoscope now. And so the further you get away from the center of the city, although what normally happens is you start looking around at the kaleidoscope and then you end up going back to the middle of the city. So I think this kind of is interesting, kind of prequel to one of my more well-known games, Catacombs of Solaris. It's also about kind of being in this really disorientating space that is also a pretty image generator. And so you kind of get lost. I'm still walking around the space, but it doesn't look like a space anymore, like the city that I was walking around. And so I think I'm right at the edge of the city now. It's like really intense. And then when you get out of the city, let's see if I can do that. I'm just walking forward now. Okay, so now I'm out of the city and it's gone back to normal. So if I go back into the city, it will be back to like, it's still this kaleidoscope, it's just there's a lot of segments, so it kind of looks like a circle. Yeah, so I was pretty happy with this. Just like being able to make something like this with basically this minimal kind of tools that I had available, and something that I wouldn't have been able to make with the previous tools that I had. So that was my first kind of test of my new framework, just with the basic tools that I had available. All right. Okay, so this game, Fish Out of Water, this is actually a bit of a detour. So this was a project by Jack King Spooner and called The Stage. And so what it was he set up a framework, and he asked a whole bunch of different artists that he knew to contribute. So he had this framework where you could have a stage and he would be able to move things around the stage and have a simple little script to run, right? So he asked a whole lot of artists to, make basically like a little play almost that he could put onto the stage. So everything had to be on a stage. And it was sort of like an experiment in like kind of like almost like online performance art. I thought it was a really, really neat idea. So I contributed this. And the fun thing about this was I just did the graphics and I sort of said what should happen. And then he went and actually implemented it all, put it all in his engine and actually made it work. So you're a little fish and all you can do is like move to the side and you're in this kind of room. It's like a metal room, And then outside the little portal here, you can see there's all these other fish. So it's kind of like you're almost underwater, and there's all these other fish that are outside. And then you're a fish in here. It doesn't have any water. Hi, Louis. There's this little tap dripping, and you're kind of going towards the tap. And this, I drew this all in charcoal, and the process for animating, in particular the tap, was heavily inspired by William Kentridge animations. So he does these, he's a South African artist, and he does these really beautiful animations with charcoal. And his technique is, what he does is each frame he'll draw an image in charcoal, and then he will take a photo of it, and then he'll rub out bits with an eraser and redraw them to get the next frame. So you kind of get these artifacts of where things have been erased, and you can kind of see that in the tap here. How you can see how it erased like bits of where the drop falls and that. So if you want to look into more William Kentridge stuff, I think if you look for Felix in Exile, is one of his kind of really well-known animations, and I think it's on YouTube. I think you can just watch it. So I definitely recommend it. It's quite short. It's like they're quite short little films. Anyway, so you're the little fish. You go to you're kind of slapping him on the ground. You get to the tap, and then what happens? Oh yeah, you push space, and then the fish says, "Just a drop a day, thank you. That'll do fine." So like, you don't really need much more than that. Like, you're being frugal. Kind of makes me think of there's a book by James Coetzee, also a South African author, called The Life and Times of Michael Kay, and it's fictional. It's set in this fictional civil war, and it's about this guy, and he I think he's sort of, what happens? He's trying to take his mum somewhere, and then his mum dies, and then he kind of goes on this adventure, and he kind of gets lost in the civil war, and he kind of just trying to stay out of everyone's way most of the book. But I think he gets caught, and then he kind of escapes, and or he doesn't escape, but he gets released, and then he's at the end of the book, he's sort of just like, he just wants to get by and like kind of like just live his very minimal kind of life and not really be involved in the kind of bigger events of the world. And I think he's like a bit thirsty, and he finds a crack in the road, and he's like, he has a teaspoon, and he lowers the teaspoon into the crack with some like cotton or something, and then he pulls out a bit of water, and he has a drink, and like, and then sort of, I think the last sentence of the book is like, and that's how he'll like survive. It's just like, so these little bits of like scraping by, and I don't know, I just kind of like that kind of there's something about that that kind of appeals to me, so I guess this was kind of influenced by that. So that's it. So you're the fish, and you've got your drop of water. Anyway, that was a really cool project. There's a lot of other really interesting games on that. So yeah, frugal, exactly. So like, there's a lot of other good games. So the stage, the site is the stage of jack.blogspot.com. All right. Okay. So then, so now let's look at a game called Doom Dream. Oh, I should close this. Didn't do it last time. Okay, so this game I have to do. Some of the games I found, some of the early games from this engine, they don't seem to stream very well. That I can't capture the window, so I just have to capture the whole screen. Where did it go? Okay, so I'm just going to switch over to that. Right, so now you can see my whole desktop. just because it doesn't only works if I like capture the whole desktop. So this is a game. Okay, this is a game. So here I was experimenting with. Okay, well, so this is a game based on, like, I used to play a lot of Doom when I was, like most people kind of my generation did. Like, I was growing up. It was just like such an amazing game, and I played so much that I would like go to bed and like dream about it. I had like, it was actually mostly Doom 2. I had the shareware version of Doom 1, and then I had a pirated copy of Doom 2, and so it was mostly Doom 2. And what I remember is, like, you know, often you'd like kill everything in the level, and then you'd be looking for some key, like there'd be a blue key or a red key or something that you needed, and I'd just be like running through this level, like trying to find this damn key. And the levels are often really like maze-like. So this game's very maze-like as well. You can't shoot to anything. You just run around really fast. And it has this really fast, like Doom, like really fast. And then these are all the corpses of all the things that you've slain. And I really loved it about Doom. Like, anything you killed, there would be a corpse, and it would just stay there for like the whole level. And like, I guess I could do that because like they were just sprites, but like modern games just don't do that anymore. Like even modern Doom doesn't do that. Like, you know, they'll dissolve away, or they'll maybe stay there for a bit, but then you go away, come back, and they're gone, right? Because they can't, you know, it takes a lot of resources to like have these big, you know, half poly 3D models like lying around all the time. But I loved like that feeling of like, you know, you'd be like all these like creatures that you'd like slain, and like, I don't know, it was just kind of like really empowering, like all these demons that I'd killed, and I'm like, we were just running around trying to like running around the level with all these corpses lying everywhere, and you'd like made all those corpses. I don't know, it was just really cool. So yeah, the whole game is like that, and then there's some kind of sort of, not really secret bits, but kind of bits that are a bit harder to find in this. Let's see if I can. Sometimes you can peek through the walls. It's kind of, the collision detection's not really good. Yeah, so there's some like kind of more like macabre bits. Actually, I think you can maybe go up. Can you go up here? Oh, maybe I can get a glitch up there. No, maybe. Let's see, oh, here's one of those rooms with like the green like slime or whatever, the toxic waste, right? So far, there's a really like gross room with like just like blood everywhere. It starts. So it should be around this one. This one. It's like I'm going in circles. This is very maze-like. Here we go. See, this is kind of just like really gross. Kind of, you know, like in Doom, where you kind of, there's those final levels where you're inside like it seems like you're inside the organs of like a big animal or something. Diablo 2 is this for me. Oh, okay, interesting. I haven't played Diablo. I've actually been wanting to try Diablo. Yeah, like, yeah, the corpses, yeah. Gemstones. So Mandelbrot says, what engine was this made in? I don't remember. It's supporting enemies. So this was made in so that's a good question. So this was made in Amulet, which is my engine. Before I'd actually released it and called it Amulet, so it was still just like a little framework that I was using myself. But I'd started to develop this technique where I was using an image to distort the height of a big plane, basically. So basically the way I designed this level was to draw an image. So the ceiling is one big image, one big height map, and the ground is one big height map. And the image just I have like a height map image that just distorts it. And there's some interesting kind of technical things around that, which I'll get into a bit later. But it's kind of very similar constraints to Doom. Like, in Doom you can never have kind of multiple floors on top of each other, so same kind of constraints. So kind of another reason that's kind of appropriate for making a Doom game. I like these kind of textures I get there. It kind of remind me of Doom. And I like how, so because it's a height map, the textures are just projected down, so you don't get any sort of textures on the walls, but it kind of looks like the blood's being kind of smeared up the side of this wall, which it's just like incidental, but it kind of looks, it's kind of a cool effect. So Quasar says this could probably be done with a Vertex meadow minus the screen space. God, no. Exactly. So it could exactly be done in Vertex meadow. It's the same technology, just before I made Vertex meadow. So this basically, the tech I used for this basically became Vertex meadow, which I'll show you later. And then Mandelbrot says, oh yeah, Vertex meadow. That's what it's called. Yeah, exactly. So this is kind of what became Vertex meadow pretty much. And actually in Vertex meadow I did actually add the ability to put like an on-screen gun as well, so you could basically remake this game in Vertex meadow now. And the music I made in I think I used Figure again, which is that iPhone app that I used for Boson X and a few of my other games. It's funny, I talk really loud when the music's on because it's like quite loud in my headphones. Thanks, Patrick. So next one is, so there's quite a few games coming up that are basically using this height map idea. So the next one is Southbank Portraits, which was done for a game jam held around 2015 free play. And how's the mix? Is it okay? Put it down to me. So that was, it was called the Multiplicity Game Jam, and the idea was so there was some seminars they had, and had some kind of diverse range of speakers, and there was some and then we were supposed to make kind of games in response to the seminars, and so this was in response to one of the speakers. I can't remember their name now off the top of my head. I've forgotten their name, but they were talking about like Aboriginal connection to land, and it kind of got me thinking about like the kind of space around Southbank. It's kind of really built up and kind of covered in urban kind of buildings and shops and things, and it's kind of hard to see, like, experience the kind of landscape of that land. And I kind of wanted to, what if I took like photos of those urban environments and kind of turn them back into landscapes. So that's what this is. So all this landscape is generated from photos that I took around Southbank. So I basically went during the jam and I just took photos, and they provided us with some recording equipment. So I recorded sounds from where I took these photos. So these are all from around Southbank in Melbourne. This is as you're kind of leaving the art centre, and there was someone playing busking, which is what you can hear. You can just hear someone like toss a coin there. And sort of this is just crossing over St Kilda Road there. So this photo is these photos are taken from around there. You can hear the traffic lights changing. I'm not sure what this is. It might be some lights. It kind of looks like kind of cloudy skies. And so it's using the exact same kind of sort of tech that I used for Doom Dream, but because it's just using an image to construct the height map, right? So, and it's all happening at real time with shaders. So I can just crossfade the images, and the height map will adjust itself. Like, so I just crossfade between these different areas. So this is down by the river now. So I think this is a photo of the river, and these kind of little red bits are the actual leaves floating in the river. This is looking up through some trees at the sky. Looks like it was autumn because the kind of orange, the trees much. I think it might have been autumn because I think it was kind of March. So you can hear kind of some seagulls. I have actually a button to make it go forward, so I'll push that. And now this is getting back into the into Southbank, so it's sort of heading towards. It's just down sort of through the kind of corridors, so you can see the kind of fluorescent lights and everything's kind of square. I've got this kind of tiles on the ground, so everything kind of now looks kind of has this kind of square kind of very artificial feeling shapes. But yeah, this game was really fun to make because it just basically took a bunch of photos and chucked them in the engine and kind of, ended up with this. So it was really easy to make. And most of it was not like sitting in front of a computer. Most of making this game was actually just walking around, taking photos and recording audio. So it's kind of really fun to make a game where I wasn't sitting in front of a computer. James Tone says, I love the height map clouds coming down. Yeah, I really like the clouds as well. Yeah, I had two height maps, one for the ceiling and one for the ground. And there's actually several levels of it. So there's the kind of a big height map for the top and the bottom, but then there's also a smaller one that repeats, which is how you get all these kind of details. And I think it's just might be using the same photo. I can't remember exactly how that works. Or it might just be using a sort of pattern for that. So this is in the food court now. So these are donuts. These you can see here. So you've got these pink donuts with the icing on them and little sprinkles, hundreds of thousands of them. And then the ceiling is a plush like sofa that was lying around. Like there was just in one of the hallways in Southbank, it's like a public sofa, and you can see the little buttons. It's like a plush kind of leather sofa. I don't know if it was actually leather, but it was kind of blue, kind of fake leather probably. And then this is going into one of the bathrooms. So yeah, we're actually in the loo now. So this is like a photo taken in the loo. So I'll see if I can. I think that's actually me going to the loo, taking a leak. And so this is the toilets. As you can see, the small toilet kind of repeating, but then the actual hills are actually made by the same shape, but just kind of over a larger area. So you can see kind of this is like the rim of the toilet here. And then that's just like, I think that might be like one of those like safe disposal kind of boxes. And then this is going back out now. So Urban Drop Base says, how long do you think the sitting in front of the computer part took? Just a few hours really, like maybe a couple of hours, and then the rest was just like walking around taking photos. So this was just sort of, now I think I've crossed over the river and I'm going into the city now. So this was kind of like, these were just based on photos of, well, this is generated from photos of just like some trash, like just lying like the side of the road, basically. It's sort of like a back street as you, actually I think this is like a back street in Southbank. I can't remember where, but it's kind of a bit more out of the way, right? So sort of maybe under a bridge or something. I think this is my favorite kind of level because it just looks like a huge big rubbish dump, right? And it's like, I love all the kind of textures and things. Really kind of gritty. And that's like some concrete, I think. And then here we're in the CBD on like the north side of the river. So not in Southbank anymore. But still quite close. And I think this is like from some awnings of a Chinese restaurant, I think. Oh, this might still be in Southbank. I'm not sure actually. It sounds like it's in Southbank still. And then this is an escalator, right? So this is. So you see all these like roops here. This is like an escalator, like photos from an escalator, and you get these like natural kind of roops from the kind of stairs of the escalator. Louis says, Trash Mountain, yeah, I like Trash Mountain. Oh, and then you get these cool like little spikes. I think these are like from like some sort of studs or something. And the way it generates the heights, I think it's just using like the red channel. So depending on how much red it like is higher or lower, or it might just be using overall brightness. I can't actually remember now, but it's like it's just using like one of the colors or a combination of colors for that. So yeah, there's some cool spikes there. This is the one I added in later, which was I think someone was playing it. Shallow Depths was playing it on YouTube, and they said they wish there was a night scene or something. So I actually went back and I did the night scene and put it in because I thought that would be kind of cool. So this is I think at night time. So like the top, you can see some of the cityscape, and I think it's just a photo of like people kind of sitting around like a restaurant. You can hear people kind of dining and stuff. Everyone doing their thing in pre-pandemic times. Just going out. Going out, having some food, listening to some music. And I like how kind of sparkly and kind of nighttime feeling everything feels here. It's like someone basking. But I like how it's sort of like you can hear the kind of tones of Southbank. It sounds like Southbank. So this sound is an air conditioner. This is just an alleyway, I think, in the city, not in Southbank. And I really love the shapes of this one. But I love how kind of alien everything kind of looks like. So it's sort of very, it sort of alienates you from like the sounds, right? And yeah, I really like that kind of feeling of like being alienated. Kind of familiar. It's familiar, but it's also very, very alien, like very strange. I really like that. What causes the sparkle splashing? I think it's just the way it's like rendered. Like it's like I'll get into a bit more how it's rendered a bit later on. But the way it does is it's kind of it's a flat plane, right? But it doesn't actually move the plane at all. So the plane just stays in a fixed position, and it just moves the image. So that's kind of how you get that kind of flickering. And then the nice thing about doing it that way is you kind of get the plane actually has a lot of detail closer to you, and then gets less detail further out. But because it's never moving the plane, it's only moving the actual image. You kind of get this sort of level of detail kind of effect for free. But you also get these kind of artifacts, which I think are kind of interesting. So this is some plastic bags on the ceiling that were lying around. This looks like teeth, but it's actually one of those non-slip This might be the train station, actually. It's like one of those non-slip, you know, those kind of dots on like, those kind of dots on like, say, a train platform that like stop you from slipping. It's those, but they look a lot like molars, like teeth, right? I love how kind of like organic like things look like as well. So this is in the CBD definitely now. And I think, you know, all those like tourist shops like on Swanson Street, I imagine like most of those are probably like, I don't know how they would still be in business with like the pandemic, with like, because there'd be no tourists, like, and they sell the little koala bears and like all the like that sort of stuff. So like sale, that's like a photo from like one of their little displays with all their Australiana merch. Sale. You can see some kind of like green and yellow, some sort of Australian thing there. And someone playing a bagpipe. A lot of buskers. Some cops. I think those are cops. Oh, hello. Still asks, this is great. So much of this reminded me of mouths. Yeah, it's true. James Tone says, wow, Australian platforms have teeth. Hi. Complete Zimbabwe. Complete Zimbabwe. Sorry, I always get your name wrong. I always have to like stop and pause it. Complete at Zimbabwe. Complete at Zimbabwe. Hello. Alright, so that's that game. So that was a lot of fun to make. Okay, and then so this then so this is experiment 26, which is so this was a kind of a chain game. There was an the original version of this was, oh, I didn't I thought it was you. I wasn't quite sure, but I kind of like to just call people by their screen names if I can. But like, I'll just call you Dylan since you've revealed yourself in the chat now. So this is based on experiment 12, which was a bunch of developers. It wasn't involved in that one, but it was 12 developers, and they each made a game, and then but they would make a game and then send it on to another developer in the list, and then they would kind of make something that followed on from that game. So it was sort of like this chain game almost. So this was a second version of that, which I think was organized on the Make Games site. And these are all the people who contributed to it. And I made the sixth one. So I'll just play my one because the whole thing is, you can, if you look for experiment 26 on each, you'll find it. About Chromebooks. Is there a comment? Mandelbrot says that comment on the experiment 26 page about Chromebooks is me, lol. Let's see a comment. Maybe they were disabled, I don't know. So I'll just so I think what happened was, like in the previous games, you just landed on a new planet, I think. So my game sort of takes that and then runs with that. So you just landed on this planet. And again, this is using like this heart map idea. But here what I did, so in Southbank Portrait, I kind of faded it between these sort of series of images, right? And I thought, what if you could control the fade? So it was almost like you were sort of, the fade could represent how the landscape changes over time, and then you could move time forward and backwards and kind of change the landscape like that. So that was the kind of the premise of this game. So you start off when you're kind of on this little island with this like very magenta ocean. Mandelbrot says, I distinctly remember when I finally played your chapter and found the long strip of land that seemed to go on forever and could never ever reach the end, if there ever was one. There is an end, I'll show you. Thingammy and Bob says, the exquisite corpse, like exquisite corpse, the surrealist game. Yes, exactly. So what you can do is, so left and right click to kind of make time go forwards and backwards. So if I make time go forwards, you can see there's like a little path kind of opens up here, so I can kind of get onto this island and then kind of travel this way. And you can see there's this kind of beam with this building over there. So that's kind of where you got to get to, right? So that's my goal. And you can kind of come around here, and you can kind of see, I think if you kind of look, you can kind of see there's kind of a path to that place. So I'm just moving time forward, and you see the land kind of changes as you go forward. So I'd made a few changes to the way this rendered, and I was interested in, there's this mode of rendering where you can render everything. So there's a couple like ways you can render things with OpenGL. You can render them as triangles, you can just render them as lines, but you can also render just points. So like a big cloud of points, it's basically just a bunch of squares. And so this is like, everything is rendered like with these like squares. So that's why everything looks like kind of weird and pixelated. Probably looks like streaming artifacts, but it's not. I don't know how this will come out in the stream, but I'll just sort of stop there. And you can kind of see everything's made out of like these little squares. And so it's just a bunch of, basically like a bunch of little sprites, basically. But it's actually a mode that you can put the GPU into to just render everything as points. It's not really used that much now. Like even everything is pretty much triangles these days. Like even particles and that, they just use triangles. But I think this, the idea behind this was you could use it for rendering particles. But I think now everything's pretty much triangles. Like even particles are just little quads made out of two triangles. So if I speed time up here, you can see kind of the landscape changing. I think come around this way. There's a big car. There's kind of a pyramid kind of coming up here. So there's like artificial structures. Louis says Skybeam is my favorite video game aesthetic. Yeah, it's good. Solaris says now it still looks intentional. Reminds me of Protest a bit. Yeah, yeah. Very much in that kind of like, I guess, kind of walking sim kind of style game, but like it's still like a bit of a puzzle. Like I think it does take a little bit. You can kind of get a bit stuck in like, how do I get there? And so you've got to go kind of forwards and backwards in time a bit. And there's a kind of a secret area. There's like a forest on the other side there that you can get to somehow. I don't know if I'll actually be able to get there today, but so here's a good view. So I'm on top of this big pyramid now, and so you can see this kind of like more artificial kind of structure coming up here. So there's kind of buildings and then this jetty over here. So let's go to the end of the jetty. Yeah, everything's kind of like, see, all that land's gone now, and there's like green on the other side, just like a forest. There's like a little mini pyramid there as well. So it's kind of like the whole landscape is kind of morphed into these artificial structures. So it's almost like you sped up time, and then like, you know, the land got like, someone built a pyramid and these kind of artificial structures went up. I like this kind of way. It looks like there's kind of like the light is shining from the bottom of the lake. It's all just like artifacts from the way the height map works. But it kind of looks cool. It's another pyramid. You can see that forest on the other side of that green kind of patch. I can't remember how you get there. I think it's quite tricky, so I probably won't try that today. Dylan says it reminds me of Stalker, how you have to get to the very close landmark in a really roundabout way. Oh, it's really interesting. I haven't played Stalker. It sounds cool. Yeah, see, and I noticed that like the beam has like started doing this thing. I've never noticed it before, but like it sort of the squares kind of have like they're just sort of still in place now. And that's like a new thing, so I don't know how that's happened. I never noticed that before. It's kind of, I guess it's a bug, but it's yeah, it never happened before, and it's like happened now. So I don't know if that's it's kind of interesting how like software kind of like just bit rots, and like now I've got this like weird bug with the beam, like it's sort of the particles have stopped moving, and I never had that before. It's like, but it's the same program. So now here there should be like a little path that can, yeah, this path will kind of form here. And that's where I started. See that like a little black bit over there is where I started. Oh yeah, and I think in the previous game there was this like black orb that you land in, so that was that over there. So here's this kind of like weird artificial structure with a beam, and then the beam, I guess you get like something happens in the beam, and then that's the end, and then like the next game, I can't even remember what happens in the next game. Yeah, so yeah, it only started happening when I was testing the game last night, and I noticed that, and I was like, and then it happened again now, and I've never noticed that before ever. So, and I hadn't played it for quite a few years before that. Thing and Bob says audio in this game is like Staller. I think you mean Stalker, the movie, that landscape breathing in an anxiety-inducing way. Yeah. I like the way the kind of the landscape kind of almost like breathes. I guess it's a really good way. Yeah, Stalker. Yeah. Cool. So yeah. So these are all like using the same kind of heart map distortion kind of technique that I developed in Doom Dream and kind of been playing with. All done in shaders. Things that I could never have done with like the previous version of the engine that I was using. So one thing I didn't have up to this point. Oh wait, so James Tone says, could it be frame rate depending, run different on your computer? Could be. Yeah, it could be something like it. It's like it just happens to be the frames happen to line up, and it's like it looks like they're still like it's like a strobe effect, right? So up until this point, I was still just using like, I had pretty much a bare bones engine. I had sound, I had like rendering, and I had inputs. I didn't have any, for example, any way to render text. So the next game was kind of like a test of rendering text, basically. But it's also like, I remember at the time, like Greece was in the news a lot because like with all the bailouts, because they were, from the EU and all that kind of controversy around that. I'm not really an economist, but like I just thought it was kind of interesting, like the kind of some people calling for just the debt to be forgiven and stuff, and it was so sort of like that kind of like kind of economic kind of rationalism kind of like influenced this game a bit, but it was kind of more so just to test the text rendering of like my engine. where is it now? Zero sum. So it's called zero sum. And so the way it works is you've got all these, each, it's probably not that easy to see on stream, but each cell is like a number from 0 to 9. That just made me think of David Lynch's Number of the Day. If any of you've been watching that, like every day Lynch he has a jar of balls, and each ball has a number on from 1 to 10, and he will swirl them around and draw a ball, and that will be today's number. And he does it every day. It's like the exact same setup. And I'm like, oh, I have to watch it every day to know what the next number is. It's really good. There's like 3 numbers that I'm interested in every day. It's like David Lynch's number, how many new COVID cases there are, and like the temperature for the day. So what you do, so each like thing is a number, then you use the arrow keys, and that kind of moves all the numbers like in that direction. So I'm like moving them all right now, all left. And then when 2 numbers like move into each other, and it kind of moves them sort of randomly, but like in a direction. So I'm like moving them all to the left now. And when they kind of become together, they kind of adds them up. So the sum of all the numbers is always the same, but like I push them all to the left, and now they all become 9. It might be hard to see on stream, I don't know, but like they're all 9 then, everything else is 0, because like, but they're in like a small place. So you could kind of view it as like, I don't know, like concentration of wealth or something, but it's also kind of mesmerizing to kind of play with as well. And so when you kind of pull them out, they will separate a bit, but they still stay quite high. So the numbers never kind of become like as spread out as they were. So it's sort of like a little conceptual kind of toy, but kind of also just to test the rendering. No, I've never found any like connection. I've kind of thought it'd be cool to have like plot Lynch's numbers or something, or you could have like it could be like, you could have like something called like Lynch's number, which is like, it's like pi, right? So it's like, you know, each number kind of each day you get to know a new, it's sort of an unknown number. You know so many decimal places, and then each day another decimal place gets revealed, and it's like, it's sort of this number that's like, we'll never fully know what it is, I guess, until he stops doing them. But you know, who's to say that he might not pass that on, and like they might actually carry on forever? You don't actually know. So it's like this unknown. I don't know, I think it'd be cool. Yes, exactly. Yes. Star says, did you make this around the time our Yanis was Greece's finance minister? Yes, exactly. Yeah, and I was kind of interested in like some of the debates around that. I mean, I'm not really an expert on that stuff at all, but like it was kind of interesting to follow that. So that's that. And then the next game was Leisurely Sunday Drive 4, The Reckoning. So this was a game made for like a Game Jolt jam. I don't remember what the theme of it was, but it was some sort of jam. And it even has like a leaderboard, although I don't think that works anymore. So I think I just wanted to make like a fun driving game. Like there wasn't any kind of like I don't know, kind of concept behind it. But I do like, it's like the 4th game in this series. So I guess it's sort of like based on like, you know, kind of like the idea of like a whole lot of sequels. Like there's like I don't know if you know there were sequels to Outrun, but like, you know, like there's a lot of games where they just like pump out a whole bunch of sequels. But I kind of like, it's an intriguing game, like a leisurely Sunday drive. So it seems like a game where you're kind of doing like a leisurely drive, and then 4. So obviously it's like they've made 4 of them, and then it's like the Reckoning. So I wonder what's happened from like the leisurely drive to becoming like the Reckoning. Like something must have gone really wrong. James Stone says, remember that Yanis was also advisor for Velvet for a bit. Yep. Yeah, I remember that. So anyway, and the music for this was made in a tool that Terry Kavanagh made called Boscocoli or something like that. It was like a music making tool. I probably got that wrong, sorry. Yeah, really simple kind of music making tool. And like the music for this game is like really menacing and like kind of like strange and kind of like it's got this weird kind of urgency to it. I really like it. Oops. There we go. So it's just like a kind of a sort of like an outrun game, but you're going over these like undulating slopes, and then you've got these patterns of cars. So instead of like in outrun, you've got like it's just sort of random cars, right? Whereas this is like much more well-defined like patterns, so you can kind of learn the patterns. And the kind of hills kind of obscure what you can see, which I kind of like. So you kind of have to kind of learn the patterns a bit, and then you can kind of know what's coming up. So because it's kind of hard to play otherwise, because the hills kind of get in the way. And so it's sort of like you're trying to, I don't know, I like the kind of the atmosphere of this game. It's kind of, there's this weird kind of urgency to it. Like you're trying to get away from something, or with the music. Yeah, anyway, and it was kind of fun to make, like just making these little like sprites. I might have been testing out like some of the kind of image reading stuff or the sprite stuff in the game, maybe. I think because I added some kind of tools to make it easier to kind of work with sprites, and so I think I was maybe testing that out. So yeah, that's it. Nothing more than that really. Kind of just, it's quite fun, I think. And there was like a leaderboard, but I don't think that's working anymore. Okay, and then reflection. So this game, this is using the same. Oh, hello. James Tan says music is tense. Amanda Bot says. I always like the unsettling atmosphere. Yeah, it's really unsettling, isn't it? Louis says blocking of sections of the highway for funsies. A Cockatoo Win says this is very reminiscent of Crazy Taxi on cool math games. Oh, interesting. Menacing version. I haven't played Crazy Taxi. I should have a look. So this game does not work anymore. So this is basically the same as, like, if you think about Southbank Portrait, if you think about Doom Dream episode 6 as well, they're all taking an image and generating a height map from that image that you can kind of walk over, right? And so this was basically the same idea, but using the webcam to generate that image in real time. So you would see a picture of your face and you could walk over your face. But for whatever reason, the web API for capturing your webcam just doesn't work with this anymore. I remember at one point they browsers started requiring you to use like HTTPS for the webcam to work. And I fixed that by putting it on each, which was using HTTPS. But then something else like caused it to stop working, so it just doesn't work anymore. So I've actually like taking the game down, so I can access it because it's my game, but no one else can access it. It doesn't work anymore, so it's finished. I think there were some videos people had made online of it, but yeah, it's a casualty of advancement in technology, or changes in technology rather, I should say. So that game, RIP Reflection. I could probably try and, I had a brief look at it, but it's like, I don't know if I could be asked like trying to actually get it to work again. FS in the chat for the game that didn't make it. Yeah, but browsers love to change web APIs. And there's been like, I haven't had as much problem with sound. I know a lot of other people have had problems with sound and stuff, but there's been a few changes I've had to make. I think I had someone actually contribute. Once when I made Amulet open source, someone contributed some stuff to help to keep the sound working. But yeah, it's frustrating. I mean, I guess like it does make sense, you know, from a security point of view. Webcam is kind of quite sensitive, so you probably want to have, you know, if there was some sort of hole that people could exploit to kind of get pictures of you like without your consent, then that would be probably something that, you know, you'd want to consent. So it's understandable, but like it still sucks, right? Style says HTML5 is the future of web-based games. Yeah. I think it's kind of stabilized a lot more now. I think, you know, that was still fairly early when a lot of that stuff was still kind of not really 100% pinned down, but I think it has become stable. But yeah, it's like there isn't really like a single kind of platform that you can just target and it's, you know, is going to be definitely stable for the next 100 years, right? This game Totem was for Ludum Dare, a jam game that I did with Alex Bertram Powell, who I knew from Twitter, and he just messaged me and said, "Hey, would you like to do a game together, a jam together?" So I said, "Yeah, why not?" So he did all the drawings in the game and the music as well, and then I kind of programmed it and designed it. And so it's kind of just like he did a kind of a bunch of doodles, and I kind of made something with those doodles. He made some drawings, and I made something with the drawings. And yeah, quite a simple little thing. So you're this big kind of giant. You can walk around, and your island is this like collapse. So you go off searching for a new island. You can do a big jump. Quite like the music. It's kind of kind of tense drone, and you get to this island, and then there's little creatures or little people, and they're like make a big fuss, and they shoot arrows at you, and you can stomp on them. Hey, stop shooting arrows at me. And so there's a lot of this was like playing around with like sprites and stuff, and like particles. I think I'd added a particle system now, so that all the mist at the bottom was done with like some particles, using the particle system. I remember one change I made for this game was something called pre-multiplied alpha. So if you with the sprites, they had this weird kind of halo around them, and so that was a kind of a thing that I fixed in the engine. So this was, I was still, you know, iterating on the engine quite a bit, but it's kind of like a good test for making like a 2D kind of sprite-based game. I'm just going to squash all these annoying little people. Oh, there's some cool mountains in the background. So this is another island. So if you go all the way to the right, there's a small ocean there. And then when you squash them all, there'll be a little ending. Yeah, I like the screen shakers, like when you do your... Sorry, Mandelbot says the music is making them feel queasy. Sorry about that. Not sure if it loops or not. It might be the end of the music. Oh, it loops. It's almost over. I think that's all of them. So yeah, that's all of them. So you got rid of them all, and then then this little totem thing comes out of the ground, which was the thing that disappeared at the beginning of the level, and there was a little seed that came off. So I guess this is the thing that's growing out of that seed that planted itself on this island. And so I guess you help the seed only grew once you got rid of all the little people on the island. So that's it. The last one, yeah. I'm sure there's probably other islands with more of those little people. Like, you know, I don't think I made them extinct. Hopefully. And then, so it's going a little bit faster than I thought, but that's okay. So then this is another game jam game. So this was made for Luis, I definitely made them extinct. Oh well. Maybe I would have gone extinct if I had made them extinct, you know, so. So this was formation. So this was done for Clone Jam Kitty. So you remember I'd done a few other games for this Clone Jam series. So I did one for Clone Jam Tom, where we made games in the style of Tom Van Bogaert. I made one for Clone Jam Jake, where we made games in the style of Jake Clover. And this one is Clone Jam Kitty, where you'd make games in the style of Kitty Horror Show. So they'd made a bunch of really atmospheric games with these big open spaces, kind of really atmospheric, kind of imposing structures in the games, like really, really interesting to explore. So this was kind of like trying to get some of that kind of like feeling of some of their games. There's one called Chiriza, which is kind of like similar colors to this. Pretty simple. Like I just basically created something in the kind of that heart map style engine, added some cool sounds, and you just sort of walk around. So I won't play too long. There's some sort of like repeating kind of structures, and I think there are some like interesting kind of buildings you could find. But you basically just walk through this like big desolate kind of wasteland. And there's these kind of interesting structures, and it kind of repeats forever because the texture is just kind of like, it's just a repeating texture, so it kind of goes on forever and just repeats. There are some more interesting structures. I don't know if I'll actually find any. Have a quick look. I think it's a bit bumpy here. I think I've seen that one before. Oh, what's this? It's a bit bigger. But I like these kind of imposing kind of big structures that just sort of come out of the darkness, like as you approach this. It's like a big imposing kind of castle or something. So pretty simple. I just sort of like kind of made something really quick for this. So I won't play that too long, but yeah, kind of like nice. I like the way in this game the things just like, it just looks like sort of empty, and then you kind of just, these kind of structures emerge out of the fog. And I like the colors of it as well, like the kind of amber color. Multiple Dog says, what the heck? How did I not know about that game? Kitty Horror Show is my favorite game. Yeah, they're pretty great. I really like this stuff. Yeah, it was quite a while ago. It was like, it was a while ago. This was in 2015, I think. Yeah, 2015. All right, so I think what I'll do, so I'll just play a few more games that were made using this heart map idea. And I'm kind of going to jump ahead a bit, and then what I'll do is I'll finish it off with looking at Vertex Meadow, which is a kind of a tool that I made to actually make your own things in that, using that kind of heart map engine. And then, so I'll kind of maybe do these ones here, and then I'll look at that, and then we can call it a day. So, So Amulet, not a game, but the kind of engine that I was using for all these games, where I was able to kind of work with shaders, I did have it in my mind that I wanted to kind of put it out there and make it kind of a bit more accessible for other people to try. So I spent a bit of time like making a little website, and I wrote like a heap of documentation for the engine. Like, look at all this documentation I wrote. Like, and I put like some screenshots of all the games I made in it. And there are some people who've like done little things in it, which is cool. So yeah, heap of documentation. But it's not, I wouldn't say it's like the most accessible engine. It's kind of like, it's sort of, you know, it's very code centric. So you're writing code, so, you know, you have to kind of know a little bit about programming, like some of the basics at least. And I did add a whole lot of sort of like kind of features to make it a bit easier to use. So you could just like plonk sprites on the screen if you wanted to. And I even made a little online editor. So you could write things. So here's like the online editor, and you can write your little program, and then it runs. And there's a whole lot of example programs. You know, here's a little example how to use particles. Here's a cool one. There's like a Mandelbrot. This is all like done with the shader. So there's like a Mandelbrot set visualizer. This is pretty fun. And then it like once you go deep enough, the precision of the like floating point loses a bit of precision, and it goes a bit wonky, but you can go pretty deep. You know, how to draw a triangle, basically. Like this is so here you can create your own shaders and just draw a triangle. But then there's also like just basic stuff, like, you know, you can make some sprites, and you could actually even create the sprites with like ASCII in the engine. So I added some sort of accessibility stuff like that. So you can do sort of basic sprite stuff, but at its core, it's more meant for like if you want to sort of, you know, play with shaders, but without having to go all through all the kind of boilerplate of actually setting up OpenGL and that. Just sort of make some shaders and make some shapes that you can render those shaders with. That's kind of what my goal with it was. But I did spend quite a bit of time like doing all this. So yeah, and I think a few people got some use out of it, so it wasn't for nothing. I think one of the kind of like the really benefits I got from doing this, like making it sort of public, is I did get a few people like contributing to the source code. Like fixing a few things, which was nice. And also it kind of stopped me from tinkering with it too much. So it stopped me from constantly changing things, which I found myself doing with my previous engine. I would just like change things on a whim, and then it would make all my old games like not compatible with the new engine. So if I wanted to go and update an old game or compile it with the new engine, it wouldn't work. So that's kind of having it sort of in the public space kind of like help me keep it kind of constant and not keep like changing it. Still says that I'm not a gamer, but I'm not a game maker. But when I had time to even dream about making things, I wanted to use this. Yeah, it's probably not like the kind like. I think one of the things about it is sort of, especially with the online editor, it sort of presents itself as like an easy to use tool. And I guess for certain things it can be, but I think it is, you know, it's something that I made for myself to use, like to play with shaders and stuff. So it is like very kind of programming centric. So I probably wouldn't recommend it as like a first tool to make games. You know, there's probably better options out there. Mandelbrot screen shake, yeah. Finally, Mandelbrots with cheese. Yeah. So that was Amulet. So that was kind of nice just to kind of release that. Home Improvement Megastore. That was another thing made with Vertex Meadow, which I'll look at. So Vertex Meadow was like the kind of the sort of heart map tech that I've been using to make Doom Dream and all those other games. Nick Kelly was another one. Defender of the Weeping Defenders, I'll show these in a second, but Defenders of the Weeping Quasar, which is an example game that I made for Amulet. So I'll show that next. It's a little bit small, but it's a pretty pixelated game, so that's fine. So this was a kind of like, you know, if you're going to make an example game, you might as well make a vertically scrolling shmup, right? Because that's what everyone does. And also, I really like shmups. And I really like shmups with like weird alien technology in them. So this is a shmup with like weird alien technology. So it was like a fun, excuse to make like a shmup, just like a plain old shmup, right? So this little spaceship, and like you know, I had fun with like making all this like the background like flashes whenever you shoot something, like a lot of juice to it, right? Like, let's see if I can get to the boss. There's a boss in the game as well, and I love like all these like weird alien kind of shapes with like. And like they all have different like patterns. These red ones are really hard. Like they like take several shots to kill. And you can only be hit once in this game to die, so it's quite hard. You only get one life. I'm gonna die because there's too many bullets on the screen. Yeah, I didn't. You've really got to take care of the red ones because when there's too many on the screen, it's just like. So let me get the red ones. Oh shit. I'm not talking about it, concentrating. Okay, I think that's the worst of it ever. Okay. Damn. Okay, I think that's it. Yes, here's the boss, right? So you get a big, like, warning, and then you get, like, a health bar for the boss. See if you can get it. Okay, I didn't beat the boss. But you beat the boss, and then it just, repeats. So that was like one of the example games that I included with Amulet. So it was in here. So it's in here. So this is all the code for it, and all the sprites and everything are just done with like ASCII art. So here are all the sprites for the different enemies and things. Yeah. So that was a fun little thing to do. Kind of a nice little example game. Nick Kelly was, so this is also, I think this is the kind of like the last game I made using that heart map tech, and this was really fun. I think I just read like the true history of the Kelly gang, and you know there's that like last kind of like shootout in like, was it like an old house or barn or something, I can't remember. So it was kind of like just like you and Nick Kelly, and like it's like, I don't know, maybe after the shootout or something, and there's like blood on the grass here. And I just love like, I love how much like, it's just the same heart map stuff, but here's like a little house, right? And it's like, especially from a distance, like it just looks really good, right? And especially with the little slits, it's like kind of just, it just has a really nice kind of, just a really nice texture about it. And like, and you know, you get these like this kind of grass effect by basically having a noise for the heart map, like, so you get this kind of like noisy kind of textures. And I think there's some sort of structures back here, maybe like a fence or something back here. Yeah, really simple kind of environment, but just yeah, just made, and so this was made in Vertex Meadow. So this was made in that tool that I released. And if you push E, you can edit it, right? So you can actually edit the game in here. So like, I can like change my visor if I want. So actually, if I go like this, I can, yeah. So I can, I don't know, I can give myself like a Star Trek visor instead. So let me talk about the Vertex meta now. So a good kind of lead on to that. Actually, I'll just show this game because I want to end on Vertex meta. So this was also using. Actually, let me catch up on the chat. Dylan says this Nick Kelly game is one of my favorite of your games. Thank you. Oh, there's a bit of chat. Louis says he likes the freeze frame on death. Yeah, I like that too. Thing you, my, and Bob says, such a good looking shmup. Thank you. Louis says big Australian impressionism vibes. Yeah. And also because I'm not like, I'm an immigrant to Australia, so it's kind of exploring that like side of Australian culture, I guess. So it was, yeah, I really liked making the game. So this was a game inspired by a film by Visconti, which was shown at the Melbourne Cinematheque. I didn't even know who Visconti was before I saw this film. La Terra Trema. But yeah, like it left like a really strong impression on me. And it was about, I think it was like a Sicilian island or something, and it was like a Italian near-realist film. So I think a lot of the actors were actually real fish people. It was like an island of fishermen, and I can't remember the exact plot, but I think like they were being exploited, and they I think they like rose up against their exploiters and sort of decided to sell their fish directly to like the consumers, like take control of their means of production, I guess. And then there was the storm, and like their whole like everything got screwed up because of the storm, and they lost a whole lot of boats, I think. And then I don't think you ever saw the storm, but I wanted to kind of make like an impression of the storm, and so it's using the same like heart map tech, but like it's a lot of extra effects on this, like it's dynamically morphing and stuff. And so you're just like swirling around, and all you can do in the game is look around, but you're kind of stuck in this ocean. So it's a bit small. It's just I'm just running it in my browser. Oh, I can make it full screen. Do that. That's better. So you're just like in the ocean. Sometimes you go under the ocean, and sometimes you're above it. And I love like the effect I got with the water. It just looks really convincing, I think. So you got this kind of like, and you got every now and then you see the stormy sky, and it's like it's just like it's just like it's pure atmosphere, like it's like kind of drowning out at sea. And I love the swell and stuff. I just like, I don't know, it's just like, it's really kind of fun just to make a little like, just a little one little scene basically that you're stuck in. Yeah. Multiple Dogs is the Storm Owns. I think it was maybe the first of your games that I played. Cool. Oh yeah. The thing you mind, Bob, looks like what Nolan sneakily would see through his helmet's scrubbing brush strokes. Yeah, that like Sidney Nolan was definitely influenced that game. Like those kind of colours and that I didn't mention it, but like that kind of the blue and the kind of orange and stuff was very influenced by Sidney Nolan. Comic is beautiful, thank you. And then the sound is just like noise, like varying pitches of noise and stuff. So anyway, that was cool. I liked game. So that was the last thing I think I made, sort of using that kind of landscape kind of text. So I won't go into like the other games. I'll save those for the next stream. But what I'll do now is I'll look at Vertex Meadow. So so this is the kind of I was having a lot of fun like making all these things with this kind of height map idea. And so what I did is I decided to kind of make it up into more of a tool. So the way I was making most of these games was I was just drawing the actual images that we use as a height map, or using photographs, and I would just use a paint program or whatever. And I thought it'd be cool to kind of sort of have an integrated thing where you could actually draw it interactively. And I thought it would be a fun kind of thing for people to use. So these are some of the games that people made in the tool. So here's one from a friend of mine, Blueberry Soft. This one's called Mildly Colored Poker Zone. And it's a lot of polka dots, very blue, little splotches of kind of red, which look a bit ominous, and black, and then lots of like repeated like circles. You can see the kind of artifacts from like drawing, like it looks like they've drawn that, right? So that one, it's a good one. This is one that I made, which is more like, I was kind of trying to show like different sort of vibes of things you could make. So this one kind of like has a little castle in some green hills, kind of more cartoony kind of vibe, with a little path. There's a little path here, and that just goes to the next castle, and it just carries on forever because it just repeats, right? So there's a whole bunch of these. You can try them all out. This one is like also another one I made with like kind of showing off some of the different kind of, you can set the specular up high, which is like sort of the reflections, so you can kind of create this like kind of sparkly kind of effect. So this is like a crystal cave kind of vibe. This one was made by my mom, Sally. Valley of Desolation. So this is actually based on a real place in South Africa near where they live. They're very hot kind of. I like that kind of, everything kind of looks very shiny and kind of like plasticky in this game. So it's very much like a sort of a game where you kind of like, it's, or like a tool for making very impressionistic kind of stuff really fast, right? I really like those kind of tools. Oh, this one, this was made by a person called Hisashi Maru. Probably not pronouncing it right, but this was amazing. This was a forest, and they made this forest, and it's just like, wow, I didn't even know you could do something this cool in the tool that I made. Look how good it looks. Like it's like, and they've got the canopy is like the ceiling. Oh, it looks so good. And there's like a little path. You can follow the path. I think there's a little lake, so you can find this little lake in the forest. There's a lake with a little bridge. It's so good. Crazy Artist says, Vertex Meadow, my favorite engine to make games in. I also got a student or two to use it. Riley James Thomas, yes. That's Blueberry. Dylan says, I love messing around in Vertex Meadow. You see that heart map, you can go there. Yeah, it's using the ceiling is like, James Jones says, using the ceiling for canopies A+. It's, yeah, really, really clever. And like, just the fog, like look at the fog, it's just like beautiful. Anyway, like technically I think that's probably like one of the best ones. And this is another more abstract one my mom made. I thought it was really cool that my mom was making things in this. So this one's called Purple Zone, I think. Purple Maze. So it's like a really kind of like abstracty kind of little dots on the ceiling. Nice colors. And my mom is an artist. She's a fine artist, so she does watercolors and things. Oh, and these little, I don't remember this, maybe I didn't discover these last time. Little cool little things, little golden little mounds. Some of the good ones. Yeah, these are all good. This is the one. So this is, I listed it on my page here. Home Improvement Megastore. I thought I'd show it here. So this was done for a jam that Palpatine set up called, I think it was called Locust Jam, and you just make a game about a place, like a single place. So I made one about Home Improvement Megastore, which is basically Bunnings. So this is Bunnings. So you come into Bunnings. It's an infinite Bunnings. It's like Nightmare Bunnings. So you come into Bunnings, and then there's what are these? Like, these are the trolleys. So the trolleys all in their little bays. And then here's the returns desk. So, or like the queries, like, oh, I need help, or this thing doesn't work, I need to return. And here are the checkout aisles, and then here's all the like things you can get. You're going through the checkout, and they have all those like bins of like stuff that they, cheap batteries and things you can get before you go to the checkout. And then here's here's the plant section. So here's you can buy plants here. No, this is probably like seeds or something, or flowers. And then here's all your aisles of like paint and stuff. I think these are all the same. Yeah, you've got all the aisles. So I kind of just copy pasted all these aisles. And then you've got the cool like corrugation and the Bunnings green. And I like how this looks like corrugation, and it's kind of like shiny. And then you've got a little door here. Oh, I wonder where this goes. It's like, oh, and it just goes into another Bunnings. And if you want to leave the store at the front, you can't, because it's just another Bunnings. So it's just infinite Bunnings. Quasar says, your mum is so cool. She's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, this is true. James Tone says this is, I knew I can go to Bunnings now. It's true. Scapey says, it's funny how familiar the layout of this Bunnings is of this Bunnings. Yeah. It's I think they've changed their layout a bit, because I think most of them have their garden section like outside now. But yeah, it's like they have their kind of standard, like, they're all a bit different between the different Bunnings, but they have a kind of a standard kind of position of things, which yeah, it's kind of familiar. All right, so I think that's everything. Okay, so now I'll show the actual tool, right? So here's, if you click in, so you go to vertex meadow.xyz and you click make world, then you'll get this. And this is like an empty world. And then what you can do is you can push E, and you get, well, first you'll get a warning so that your browser doesn't support webcam, because I actually added a thing where you could use your webcam in Vertex Meadow, but it doesn't work anymore. And so the idea here is you can push E to enter edit mode, and then you can go and look around, right? So you are this little purple thing here. Oh, let me move myself. Move myself to there. So you are the little purple thing there, and you can just like click and draw on this thing, right? So you can just draw stuff and you'll see it appear in the game. And so I guess I'll just sort of explain a little bit how this works. So this is there's several height maps. There's actually like 4 height maps. And then there's also 4 color textures as well, right? So so you have this is where you select your height map. So you have your kind of big ground height map, which is basically responsible for like big kind of structures, right? So and the height is actually from the alpha channel of the colors, right? So here's like a small pyramid, so I'll create some pyramids, right? Then you have your kind of detail height map. And so what that is it's kind of a texture that is shrunk down that repeats for like details. So for example, I can create like sort of little pyramid cutouts and you can see them on the ground there. So I can scale this up, kind of make some little indents like that, right? And then you can see, so now that texture is like used for like a little repeating height map on the ground. So you can use that to kind of give the ground a certain texture. Then you've got the color of the ground, so it's kind of this browny color. So let's say I wanted to make it green. I would adjust the color, use alpha blending, increase the flow maybe, and I can make everything green. So now everything's green, right? And then you have a detailed color. So, and that sort of blends with the kind of macro color, so the big color. So green, I think it actually multiplies. So yeah, so if I make that, well, this comes out black, right? So it looks pretty ugly. And then the same deal with the ceiling, right? So now I have the ceiling. So I'm going to use subtract because it's white already. So if I do that, you see I have, ooh, look at that, it's big. You can see it sort of previewing it there. So, and then you have all these different shapes that you can use, like they all create kind of different shape geometry. You know, the brushes create different shapes. So you have that, you have these kind of inclines, and you can rotate them as well. Kind of rotate them. So you can actually create like quite sophisticated like shapes and things. Then there's kind of these kind of weird splotches that create interesting shapes. You can change the fog as well, so you can change the color of the fog. So I wanted to have like some red fog, and you can change like where the fog appears. Click. And you can change various properties of the lighting. You can change the shininess of things, stuff like that. You can even do like have a wireframe mode. So, and you can also change the density of the mesh. So, yeah, you can kind of see what I mean by the mesh actually doesn't move. It's just the height of the points in the mesh. So you can kind of see that here a bit. If I go up to this thing, that mesh on top doesn't actually move, so you can see the vertices kind of changing height, which is where you get that kind of like wobbly effect. And you can see like further away there's less vertices, the mesh is less dense, and then closer up it's much more dense. So it's kind of an I think it's a fairly novel way of doing this kind of height map rendering. I hadn't heard of it before, so anyway, so what I thought, Quasi Otto says, how is this different to your Amulet editor? So this is something that I built in Amulet, right? So it's actually, so Amulet's not really an editor, it's more just Amulet. There is an online editor, but Amulet itself is like an engine basically, and basically a set of libraries that I can use that make a lot of things easier for me to do, that I've made open source, that other people can use. And Vertex Meadow is a thing that I made on top of Amulet. So it's built with Amulet basically, if that makes sense. So it's using Amulet engine to do all the rendering and stuff like that, and all this UI and everything. Oh, and you can also, so this hands thing here. So remember I was saying you could add your own gun. So you can you can add something. That's terrible. I'll do like a face. So now I've got a face when I walk around. So it's just something that it sticks on top, right? So anyway, what I thought is probably like, this is near the end of the stream, but like if someone wants to suggest a theme, I can quickly make something in Vertex Meadow to that theme. If someone has like a theme idea, just like, it could be anything, you know. I'll try and make something really quick in a minute. Flowers, perfect. Okay, brilliant. Okay, so let me, what I'll do, I'll reset. Yes. Okay. Okay, so flowers. So I think I'll start with, I'll set this to white so that so we have a nice kind of neutral color to work with. And I'll start with the detail because I'm going to want some kind of nice grass. So do this. So that can be kind of grass, right? And then what you can also do, there's a whole lot of things here I didn't actually explain, but you can scale these up. So you can say, okay, I want the detail to be really exaggerated. So I'll scale it up a bit so we get some thicker grass. And then I'll make this, actually what I'll do, so I'll make this maybe a green color. Just trying to think how, no, I'll do it like this. So I'll have to have some repeating flowers. So I'll make this green for grass. Let's see. So that's green. That's the wrong blend. I want to just use that. Oh, I'll use that. And then alpha up. Yes, yes, yes. And that. So that's a bit of a dark green, maybe something like that. Okay, so there's our green. And everything. So there's our green grass. Get all of it. Oh, there we go. Okay, and then I'll make a flower. So what I'll do is I'll draw the flower in. I'll make a few flowers. So probably want the circle brush. Like some kind of purple flowers would be good. Purple is. So the color picking in this is a bit weird because it's just like you just had the RGB because that was like the easiest thing to do, but it's a bit like you kind of have to know which RGB colors make purple to use it. So if I do this, just do some little petals like that. And another one up here, so. And then yellow for the. And then maybe I'll do like a kind of daisy flower as well. The white petals. Make it a bit smaller. Alright, so now I've got this kind of petal images, but they kind of they have the same height map as the grass, so they kind of get lost a bit. So what I'll do is I'll make there was a way to overlay these. Oh, I should have done this first. Oh well, because in the like when you see in the colors, it actually shows you the height map, so you can kind of see where things are. But it's okay. So what I'll do is I will draw. So I've got one about there. I'll just use my finger to line them up. So I've got one there. Something like this, right? You can always adjust it. So that these will kind of stick up, right, out of the ground. Got one there. And I've got one here. And you can see that kind of flower. Okay, so now we've got some flowers. Probably actually wouldn't be better to just make little speckles of flowers, but maybe what I'll do is I'll make some little speckles, some little red flowers maybe. There you go. Okay, so we've got a field of flowers there. And what I might do, I might make the sky nice and blue. And ambient, turn up the ambient, get some nice bright light. Make it nice and bright. Turn down that. Not shiny. And then let's make some hills, right? So now this is our macro kind of big landscape height map. So, whoops. And then I have this thing as well, right? So there's also these curves, right? And I think there's some shortcuts for that, so help. There's like, so I have these curves. So at the moment you can see it's just like a straight sort of pyramid, but I have these curves that we actually let you like adjust so now it's more like a rounded thing as well. Let's look up a bit. So see, it's more like a dome, and then if we adjust the curve this way, it actually does the inverse. So there's actually quite some sophisticated like tools in here. So let's do that. The flow rate down. This alpha, I don't want it too high. Some bigger ones. Just put some hills away. And then maybe what we'll do for this, make some clouds. Oh, that's actually fun. There we go. There's some flowers. So these are nice, kind of very colourful field of flowers. Kind of a grey sky. So yeah, kind of quite easy to make, like just a sort of very basic impression of something. There used to be an option where you could just click a button to share it, and then it would give you a URL and anyone could play it. But that relied on a feature of GitHub where you could just create free kind of little they're called gists, but it's basically allows you to store a bit of data on GitHub for free. But they stopped doing that because I think people like me were abusing it, so you can't do it anymore. You can, I think you can download it. Export. Yeah, so I can download a copy of it, and then it's just an HTML file you can put somewhere. Yeah, so cool. So I think that's kind of the end of the Vertex and Meadow era. All those games made out of Vertex Meadow, which is a tool that I made on top of Amulet, right? And then next time I think next time will be the live stream, and what I'll do. What I'll do is I'll go up to 2019, because then that will be a decade from 2010 to 2019. And then I can compile the videos together and I can submit it to Decade Jam. which is a jam start that James Earl Cox started in 2020. But the idea is you make something over the period of 2020 to 2030, which I think is a really cool idea. But this is like a retrospective decade, but still, I think it still fits the theme. So it'd be nice to submit something for that. Yeah. Well, thank you everyone for joining me. I'll do another one in a week or 2 weeks. Thank you. All right. Bye. So what I'm gonna do today is I think this will probably be the last stream, because what I'm gonna do is try and cover everything from the end of 2016 up to 2019, and that'll cover a whole decade of my games back from 2010 all the way up to 2019, and so that'll be a nice place to kind of stop. So and it'll be quite an eclectic sort of collection of games, quite a lot of different sort of things that I was trying over this time. Hey Dylan, welcome back. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'll do kind of a few games that Bethany helped out with, so that she can contribute a bit, and then she can head off if she wants to. I don't want to keep her here for the whole stream because it might be a long one. So I think we can do. Let's do Milk Run first. So Milk Run was a game that was. I'm not gonna try and adjust anything, because as soon as I try and adjust the sort of sizes of windows and things, it just OBS just freaks out. So I'm just going to leave it capturing my desktop. So this was for a Boris K commission, and I asked Bethany if she wanted to help me on it, and she said yes. And she designed the kind of premise for the game, and she did the little animations. Do you want to talk about what inspired? Why am I chasing a cow?
The word that we had to start from was run.
Oh, that's right. There was a theme, right?
There was a theme. So
we had to each one. We drew themes from a hat or something, didn't we?
Yeah. So there was a bunch of themes which are kind of basic elements of video games. So there might have been run, or what were the other ones? Probably die, jump, maybe. Anyway, just sort of basic.
Yeah. I don't think there was a shoot. Maybe there was. I don't know.
Yeah.
Things like that. Yeah.
Just very basic sort of actions, and we drew run, and it just made me think of an iconic character from my childhood in the 80s that I thought of, and that's Cliff Young, who was an ultramarathon runner, and he was famous for winning, I think the race was from Sydney to Melbourne at the age of 61 years old. And I haven't done a whole lot of research into this, because I just didn't do it at the time. So it's like, this is just completely vague memories of my childhood.
Yeah.
But anyway.
It's okay to base something on vague memories. It's a distorted perception of it, yeah.
But what I do vaguely remember is that he would train by running around. He was a farmer, that's right. He was a potato farmer, and he would do his training by running around his farm wearing his gumboots, and then when he actually was in the race, he'd wear proper shoes, and of course it'd be much easier for him to run. So that's where my idea of this farmer in his gumboots came from, chasing a cow.
So he's really training for a marathon. Or I guess he wasn't training when he was chasing the cows. He was just.
No, he's just he thought, like, his whole life he's been chasing cows in the paddock in gumboots, and that's why at the age of 61 he can beat all those professional ultramarathon runners. So he won the race, and he shared his prize money with all the other runners, which was nice. Yeah. So it was a nice. I haven't done much animation since uni, so this was a good chance to do like a run cycle for both two-legged character and a four-legged character. So that was quite fun.
Yeah, it was quite cute animation. And then so I've got other things. We've got the camera kind of changes as you change each swing, kind of zooms out, and the heels are all sort of generated from code. And then I did all the background kind of draws itself in as you're playing. So there'll be clouds that draw and trees that draw, and it takes a little while, but then there'll eventually be a little scene that kind of fills out if you stop and smell the roses. You can see some trees drawing in the background. Yeah, so that was our bias cake game.
Yeah.
Maybe we could do jump grid because you did some starting steam up. So this is actually what I'm going to do. What I'll do is this was actually based on a jam game, and so I had this sort of prototype for this game. I wanted to make a game where you were like teleporting around, where the main way you moved around was through teleporting. So there was this kind of instant digital. Scapey says, "What happens if you catch the cow?" You can't catch the cow. I'm afraid. So I had this prototype for this idea for a game where you would the only way to move around was to teleport. So let's see. What I'll do. Just gonna hide this. So this is so I had this prototype lying around, and then James L. Cox made a jam. It was called Salvage Jam, where you basically take something that you'd abandoned and you kind of put a fresh coat of paint on and then put it out. So this is the game that I did for Salvage Jam. So this was the first version of Jump Grid. It's quite a lot of flashing lights in this, so just be aware that it's quite strobey. It's very, very strobey actually, so just a heads up. So this is like the first version of Jump Grid I did. So what you do is you're moving around this grid and use the arrow keys and you teleport between the elements, and then you can walk from one to the other. So the idea is it's a kind of a dodging game, but you're kind of thinking about the space a bit differently because, instead of seeing a path to move from one point to another, you kind of got to keep all the points sort of in your eye at the same time. And you can kind of pretty much instantly get to any point with a couple of key presses. So kind of just a different kind of take on an avoidance game. It's quite violent. It's colours. It's quite. Also, it's got that kind of like old kind of arcade kind of feel, like similar to so anyway, so this was the jam game, and it has about 15 levels, and then I really liked how it turned out, and I decided I wanted to make it into a bigger game. And that was kind of I just really liked the concept of the game. It didn't really get a lot of people downloading it or anything. I just really wanted to make it into a bigger game. Oh, game audio is a bit loud. It's particularly loud in that game. So I've turned it down a bit, so hopefully that's a bit better. Sam says, I'm impressed at your ability to play and talk at the same time. Okay, so this is the final version, and Bethany did the logo. I think I gave you like a arcanoid.
Yeah, so it's kind of this rad 80s space arcade aesthetic that we were going for. So I was looking through my old retro set catalogue. Anybody remembers lecture set? Looking for some kind of some really, out there 80s ribbon font. I couldn't really find what I wanted, but I found this one, which is more of a. Can we see that? Yeah, more of a bubble font, but it had this sort of single line letter forms that I thought was really cool. So I just made that a bit more angular and ribbony. Yeah, that was fun as well.
Yeah. And it's kind of like, I guess, it kind of traces like the moves you might make.
And sharp angles and moving around the grid.
Yeah. I should play. So I'll see if I can speed run the first stage quickly. So yeah, a lot of these levels are from the Jam game, but I kind of cleaned it up a bit, kind of made it a bit less jarring, but still kind of, I wanted that kind of feeling of a kind of vertically scrolling shoot 'em up, where you have all this weird alien technology and everything's a bit strange, and there's kind of these imposing kind of shapes, that kind of menacing kind of shapes, but they look like they could be like alien spaceships or something. That's kind of what I was going for. You can tell I've played this a bit. Show you some of the other levels. So the first one just starts off like pretty basic, and then you've got, and I made all the music for this game as well. And I was really happy with the music for this. What did I made the music in Logic, which is the first time. This is the logo looks. This is the game looks so good on my TV right now. Yeah, I really like it when it's like really big. I made this music in Logic, and I'd been sort of learning a bit more about music theory. So it's kind of like these are some of the longest kind of music tracks I'd made, and I'd actually used the proper like music composition software. Before I was always just using like a little simple app on my phone. Not that that's not a proper music program. So in this second set of levels, it kind of forces you to use this idea that you can wrap. So you can wrap from one side of the screen to the other one. So in the other levels, it doesn't force you to do it. These ones do. And then these ones I was actually doing stuff. So I was doing stuff with the stencil buffer, which kind of lets you do a kind of cut out and do kind of Boolean operations between shapes. So you can see these kind of, as these shapes are intersecting, they're kind of leaving a cutout, and it. So it's quite disorientating. Like this one especially, you can see like as these like intersect, they kind of leave like spaces for you to jump, and it's very disorienting. So what I like about this is I can kind of make things that are as disorientating as I want, but because the levels are so short, it's kind of like you know, you can kind of solve each one in just a few seconds once you kind of get it, right? So it might take you a while to actually get each level, but I felt like it was a really fun game to design because I could have a lot of fun with kind of creating all these like disorientating kind of levels and not worry too much about it being too hard, because you kind of it would only take you a few seconds to actually solve it once you actually could see the right path, you know. And it was all about sort of repeating the levels over and over until you figured them out. And then this one here I started to play with moving the actual grid around and having non-fixed size grids. So yeah, I'm even like rotating the grid. It's pretty disorienting. Alright, so that's Junk Grid. So that was 2018, I think. Yeah. Alright, so I think, so Escape says you can use muscle memory without having to visually interpret too much. Yeah, so it's all about sort of just like each one is like basically training your muscle memory until you can do it. Oh yeah, and I showed that at PAX 2018. Yep. So yeah, I'm kind of jumping around a bit just so I can kind of get the ones that Beth can help with out the way. I think that's it, right?
Yeah,
more or less.
We were going to do video chat.
Yeah. So then I was going to show this game, which is one I showed at one of the free play fates, or the night market, free play night markets, and it was a commission for that. The theme was question, so you had to make a game that was a question, and I didn't follow the theme at all. I couldn't think of anything that was like a good question. So I just made the thing I wanted to make, and then I thought of a title that made it into a question, and I think so. This is basically a study almost of Video Ball, which is a game that I played a lot with my friends, most of whom are in the chat at the moment, and kind of just really is a kind of a study, but then I also kind of riffed on it a bit and kind of took it, kind of did my own interpretation on it. But I thought it would just be kind of fun to do kind of, do a kind of study game where you're kind of just trying to replicate a lot of the kind of animations and the controls and things in an existing game that you really like, and just kind of see what you can learn from that. So we'll try play a little game. It's actually a 4-player game, but we're just going to try play 2 of us. Where is it now? Okay, so I've got to turn on these. I've got four controllers plugged in here, and I've got the other 2 on the ground here in the inner. They're in some cushioning because every time you score a goal, they rumble and it makes an awful noise. Okay, so the idea with this game is you each a little chevron, just like in Video Ball, and the ball appears in the middle of the court, and you can bump into the ball, but it doesn't really do much, right? But you've got these little pucks, and you've got you've got goals. The way you score is you get the green balls into the goals on the other side of the court, and you've got these little pucks, and you've got to collect a puck. So unlike in Video Ball, you just shoot pucks by holding down the button. In this game, you collect the puck, and then you can shoot it by holding down the button, and then when you let go, it kind of explodes.
Which button was it again?
A.
Right.
Yeah. And so you can kind of let it explode next to one of the balls, and then to push the ball along like that. So I thought this had some like cool kind of things where you could, you know, if say the ball is like going towards the goal, you can kind of like get your puck ahead of it and kind of like explode it the other direction. And then the other thing you can do is if you bounce your puck, I'll show you. So if you bounce it off of the wall, then it becomes like a bigger version of itself, and it will, when it explodes, it will kind of make a bigger explosion like that. I think
We're both on the same team.
Oh, are we?
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm also a blue.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's not good. Is it what? Oh, it's. And I made some very cheesy music for it. It's not very good, sorry. So yeah, I was trying to like, so obviously there's a few kind of different flourishes, like, but I was trying to replicate the kind of, you know, a lot of the colors, and obviously the chevron and the design is like, and the little pads behind your chevron and the ball and everything is all, actually I think you've got to get it in the orange goal.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, and I get in the blue goal. I think, so yeah, because the orange is my goal. So when you get it in the orange goal, then you get a point.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you can also shoot the other player, and then that kind of, like in video ball, it kind of makes them spin around and they lose their puck. See, I made that one big, so now when I pull. And now I'm putting in a goal. Save that one. See, I saved that one there by like exploding on the other side. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know who finished the game. I guess we could finish it.
What's the
First to 10.
First to 10.
Yeah,
okay.
so that's also like video ball.
Okay.
It's more fun with like a big group. I think like we kind of like multiple dogs is the throw and catch mechanic is active. Yeah, so it's kind of like, I think it's like, it's a bit like sort of like doing a dribble. So like, if I like kind of throw it and catch it, then it's like, now I've got a bigger one. So it's like doing a little dribble. And it kind of, the idea is that it's supposed to like encourage you to kind of bounce it off the walls, which kind of lets you do more kind of trick shots. It just looks cool, right?
Oops. Rainbow.
Got 2 more to go. Oops. Wrong way. That rumbling is the controllers, the other controllers on the ground. Okay. Right. Thanks.
That's right. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
I'm going to go do my guitar practice now.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries, that was fun. See you at the end of lockdown.
Yeah. Okay, so that was video ball. Okay, so now I think what I'll do is I'll go chronologically from where I was last time. All right, so last time we got up to oh God, now turn this button. Sorry, this is not a very professional stream. We got up to the storm, and so the next game I released was Black Hole Joyrider, and this was more of a kind of a test for my game engine Amulet, and this game is not available on the App Store anymore. I think it got I didn't do the 32-bit version of it, and it was on a slightly older version of the engine and stuff, and I didn't really ever get around to updating it. Alright, so there we go. I'm just going to plug in my headphones. Okay, so the idea of this game is you're kind of flying through space, and you're in this kind of vortex, right? And the only thing you can do is brake. So it's really simple. Okay, I died really quickly there. Let me see if I can try again. And you have limited fuel. And so the idea is that it's sort of like, it's inspired by Scale Electrics, which is a little kind of toy motorized cars that you have on a fixed track, and you only have like a little control that you can make them go faster or slower, and you kind of make them go around the track like that. But there's still quite a lot of skill, like where you speed up and where you slow down. You can, there's 2 lanes on the track, so you can race someone. And it's still really fun, and still quite a lot of skill in it. And I kind of wanted to make a game where it was sort of based on that idea. So that's the kind of inspiration for this. But instead of accelerating, you're braking, and you kind of get pulled towards the black hole through this kind of vortex. And so if you don't brake enough, you'll kind of fly out of this safety area, and you'll take damage. And then every now and again you get to these little blue squares, and they give you fuel. And obviously every time you brake, it uses up some of your fuel. So let me see if I can get to the black hole, because it's quite cool when you get there. And then I was using Mozart again. There's this site called Muse Open, which is a lot of public domain classical music, and I kind of really wanted to use it, and I kind of thought it fitted this kind of flying through space kind of vibe. Kind of a cool thing that I like about this, the cool design thing is the kind of red kind of that happens when you get too close to the edge, like there. Ooh, like, see, if I get too close to the edge here, get this kind of red. Okay, there, I've gone through the black hole. And then you come out in a new kind of part of the universe, and there's a different part of the symphony, and the colors are a bit different, and the game gets a little bit harder. And all the kind of the planets and the stars and everything are all procedurally generated. All the textures are procedurally generated, so it's a very procedural game. So you can see there's a planet flying past. Yeah, I really enjoyed the kind of the the process of kind of making all these little planets and then kind of like setting up the path so you kind of fly close by them and have these little flybys and stuff. Make it really feel like you're kind of flying through the cosmos. The game itself is like pretty basic, but it's okay. So yeah, so every time you go out of the kind of that kind of tube, then you kind of take damage. So see, I've got 14 health left. So okay, so my ship was destroyed. All right, so that's Black Hole Joyrider. Okay. Next is Cage. So this was based on a well, not really based on, but like kind of there was some Boracek films that were showing at the Cinematheque. I can't remember the name of the specific film that I saw, but there was a film where it had a lot of this kind of handmade animation. It was an animated film, and I kind of just kind of thought, oh, it'd be fun to make something like that. And also, this was one of the few games where all the graphics is hand painted. So I actually painted the oil paintings for this game, and took photographs of them to make it. Even the title card is like is made in oil paints. So the way it works is you there's these kind of rooms that are all connected, and then you can use the arrow keys to kind of move between them like this. So the actual paintings, I have them here. So this room, well, this is the title cards. So yeah. So this was actually this canvas I used for the clouds, and then I kind of scraped them out, and then I reused this canvas for the title cards. So you can see, got all the there's an arrow that appears later, and there's a little bug that appears later as well. And then this scene is this painting here, and you can see I didn't paint like this area. I just cut these out in a paint program afterwards and made them transparent. And so yeah, so every time you kind of, so it's just these rooms, and I kind of flip them around, and then after a while you kind of see this like kind of fluttery wing go by. And I remember in the Boracek film there was a kind of I think there was a similar thing in that film. And if you follow it, so what you can actually do is like follow it, and then it will kind of lead you on a little adventure, and there'll be some little details you'll see. There's a little bug. It's just kind of like ominous kind of noise in the background. I still ask this. I think Cage is the first of yours I played. Oh, that's cool. I think I'm pretty happy that that's like a first game to play of mine. Scapey says, I think the Boracek film was Le Jeu de Angus. Le Jeu de Angus. I don't know how you say that in French. Le Jeu de Angus. I don't actually remember a lot of the details of the film. I still ask because I really didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I think there was kind of so then you get to the end, and there's like a little cutscene that plays out. Yeah, I think I was feeling a bit kind of bit down when I made this game, like feeling a bit sort of then that picture is this one. So that's that picture there. I really like these title cards with the painted title cards, and they just kind of look like something out of a film or like an animated film. Yeah, I think I was feeling a bit kind of down, or I don't know, a bit sort of like a bit stuck, I guess. A bit stuck, I think, in my life in kind of general. So I think that kind of like for me was a bit of a way to express that kind of feeling of being a bit stuck. Gemstone says inner right. Not necessarily like inner right, just sort of I don't want to go into too many details, but like kind of just like I think professionally and kind of like not necessarily like a creative right, but more just like in terms of like what I'm kind of doing with my life, I guess. All right, so then the next game is Catacombs of Solaris, which is probably like one of my most well-known games. So this is so what was the idea behind this game? So this was basically, I thought of this kind of graphical trick similar to the way, you know, like if you're watching like a sports game, like a cricket game or something on television, and they have the kind of, actually I don't know if they do it that much these days. I think mostly it's like CGI now, but they used to have it where they would paint advertisements onto the pitch, but the advertisements would be painted in such a way that they would appear to be face on with the camera. So they appear to be perpendicular with the camera. Tesmondo says, "Hello, I think your Windows Maze screensaver glitched out." No, this is my game. Similar, so this is one I know. Yeah, most people know this game. So it was based on this idea of like, and if you're actually at the sporting event, the advertisement will look all like smooshed out over the pitch, right? But when you're looking at it, watching it on television, it kind of looks like it's perfectly like flat on the television. And obviously they do that so you can, you know, clearly read whatever the advertisement is. But it kind of made me think about like, what if you were to kind of play with that idea and like project a texture onto geometry so that it looked like it was, you know, flush with your viewpoint, but actually it was all smooshed out over the geometry, so that when you moved, it would kind of play this like trick on your eye, right? So that's what this kind of game was based on, and there were quite a few iterations of it. Well, I kind of played around with this idea like a little bit. I had like this an object, and I would kind of smoosh it on. I would kind of make it blend into a background, and the object would appear. And I had one with an outdoor kind of scene. But I really liked the kind of like once you sort of applied the effect. I'll show you. So let me just show you the effect, right? So you're walking along, and then so when you stop, what it does now is it basically takes a screenshot, and then it regenerates the whole maze, right? And then it reprojects that screenshot onto the new maze in such a way that it looks like nothing's changed, right? But then when you move, actually, like things are different, right? So I could do another one. So there, right? So it's kind of a cool kind of illusion. But what I really like when I was playing around with it, what really kind of like started becoming really fun was actually applying the effect multiple times and kind of getting these, like, it would just sort of like, you would just go down this rabbit hole of these like effects, right? And you would get these like repeating patterns, and you can kind of isolate colors, and so that's why I kind of ended up making it in this like really colorful corridor to kind of like accentuate that part of the game, that kind of like feeding back on itself idea, and to kind of make it almost into like a kind of creative toy, right? And so you can see like already there's something that looks like very different to what it started out looking at, right? And you can kind of like zoom into some, it's like reduce the colors a bit more. So so now I've got like much less colors, but it's like a very different kind of vibe, right? And then you can kind of get some nice repeating patterns. Oh, you can look in the ground as well. Yeah, it probably it doesn't stream that well because it's obviously a very kind of noisy game, so it doesn't compress that well. And yeah, so this was like, a lot of people really liked this game. It got shown in a lot of exhibitions and things, which was really nice. And Boris K showed it quite a lot. And actually, there was a couple of competitive Catacombs of Solaris events that we had at Boris K, where we had a competitive version of this game. So the way that worked was there'd be 2 monitors set up, and then there would be a theme that would be selected by a panel of judges that would be shown on a 3rd monitor. And there would either be a word or it could be an image. And then the players had to find whatever that theme was in the game by like looking around. So you know, maybe it was like sunset, or it was tooth, or something like that. And then after 1.5 minutes, the players would stop, and the judges would determine who the winner was. And so that was actually not invented by me. It was invented by I think it was Nico Disseldorp. I think Andy Brophy was involved. Louis was involved. I know Michael McMaster made posters for it. I'm not sure LRQ actually came up with the idea, but they kind of all organized it. I didn't really organize it. I just went along, and I think I might have been like guest judge or something. I can't remember. Anyway, we had 2 of them, and it was really fun. It was like way more fun than I expected. Like, it was just like everyone just really, really got into it. I think because when you're watching someone else play, you can kind of see things that they don't see. And so you get kind of really excited about so now I can kind of like, yeah, anyway, so this was Catacombs. Dr. Curly says, if you magic eye this, it looks like a labyrinth. I could never do those 3D magic eye things. I could never get them to work, ever. Samuel said they were the competitive games. Yep, I remember you. Find the best. Oh, and that's another thing. So Bethany, who was with us before, she's the reigning world champion of competitive Catacombs of Solaris. So the last time we played the competitive Catacombs, she was the winner. There you go. Oh, this is pretty cool. And then I did actually release a new version of this game like beginning of this year, which had a bunch more effects. And I kind of tweaked things a bit. I kind of tweaked the colors a little bit, and I tweaked how often the effect happens. I made it happen a bit more often, so it's a bit easier to play. or kind of, it's a bit easier to play intentionally. This looks quite kind of like almost like a kind of a comic. Oh, so S3 Ion says, any reason for leaning into yellow a lot in the color scheme? I think the reason for doing that is if you just pick random colors, so you can see it is kind of yellow biased, right? If you just pick random colors, you know, if you just generate random RGB values, it always has a kind of like a blue purpley tint to it. And I think that's probably just, you know, because of the way our eyes perceive color. And, you know, if you're just doing like a linear distribution of the color values of RGB, that's what happens. But it always has this kind of weird kind of purpley kind of tint to it. So that's why I didn't want it to look like that, you know, just kind of really lazy generated noise, right? So that's why I kind of tinted it yellow. It kind of gave it a bit more of a kind of distinctive look. And I kind of like yellow. It's just a bit warmer, a bit more inviting. Another thing you'll notice about the kind of the noise is that it's kind of got these let me find a good one. So it's got these kind of light and dark areas. So you can see it's kind of got light, like darker up in the top left corner, and it gets lighter down the bottom. And that's just to kind of add this kind of sort of almost like shadows. So you kind of have these kind of, it kind of creates this like sense of these like surfaces, especially when the, you know, when the rooms get kind of distorted, it kind of creates these kind of false surfaces. Yeah, so yeah, you can see it quite clearly there, like that kind of, those the kind of dark shadows. I just had those darker patches in the actual noise texture just to give that kind of sense of shadow. Dylan asked, that does she have a world champion belt? No, but she won a goblet. I'll get it. So she won this goblet. I don't know who supplied the goblet, but this is the goblet that she won. Samuel says, Ian, did you ever think of trying to make a game excuse me, from this, like with puzzles or goals or something? A little bit. I did think about it a little bit, but like I kind of wanted to keep this like catacombs just about the kind of that visual kind of feedback and make it a purely visual kind of experience, like it's kind of just this raw kind of expression of video game. Like there's interaction and there's visuals, and it's just this like just very, very focused kind of on that kind of playful like illusion part of it, because I thought that was like a really kind of strong thing just on its own. So I really wanted to just keep it like that. I think there's a game Viewport, which is kind of using like similar kind of like similar kind of effect, although they are actually like adding like physics into it as well, which is really interesting. And I think Subliminal, there's a game Subliminal, I think, no, Subliminal, something like that, which I've been meaning to play, but is also kind of uses that sort of projection of a texture onto, and I'm sure there's lots of other games that kind of use it in interesting puzzle ways, but I kind of really wanted to just make it this kind of really interesting visual space that you get lost in. I wanted to just focus on that. Superliminal, sorry, yes, that's it, yes. Goblet of Solaris, yes. Tismondo says, I always liked the colors because it felt like these wild gold walls. Yeah, cool, that's good to know. Like, I kind of wanted it to feel just not just like just random noise, you know, like it had a bit more kind of, And also Solaris is like the sun, you know, so it's like yellow. This Mondos is made to feel expensive. Oh, that's cool. Interesting. Oh, so Samurai says they want me to see if I can find the goblets. Okay, I'll do that. I've got quite a few games to get through, but I can spend a bit more time doing that. So there's that kind of, there's some purple here. Have a look at this goblet. Okay, so there's some purple over here. Okay, I'll just make it purple. Well, there's a bit of, oh, wait, okay, here we go. So there's a purple and there's some yellow here as well. So, okay, so now I've got that. So now what I want to do, I think, because I think the red can be like some shading almost like on the goblet. Although I can see an opportunity here to just isolate. Okay, maybe what I'll do. Oh, actually that kind of looks like a goblet, doesn't it? So you've got to just take your like opportunities when they show themselves, right, in this game. Is that kind of like a goblet? It's pretty close. Hi, Tom and Grace. Hi. I saw this. Wait, it's not a reference to the film. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, the title is kind of like I watched Solaris by Tarkovsky, and I think like not long before, so it was in my mind, and it was kind of like, what happened? So it was, they're on this spaceship like orbiting this. I think the planet is called Solaris, right? And it starts like messing with like their reality, and they're like, yeah, they're like, I think their memories start coming to life. Anyway, like reality gets like really distorted, and they get kind of really, I can't remember the exact, like all the plot points, but like kind of just made me think of this. And I was like I wonder, like, and that was like just on their ship, like orbiting the planet. Like, wonder what it, like, this is like a very, I mean, the game wasn't made like inspired by the film or anything, but I thought it was an interesting, like, cool title, because like, it was like, you know, maybe this could be like, if there's catacombs inside that planet, like they would even be even more like reality distorting. So that, I don't know, it's kind of, I thought it was a kind of evocative kind of title, and it kind of like, yeah, I thought like it was appropriate also, like as a reference to that film. There's similarly like reality distorting, I guess. It's a yellow figure against a yellow background holding a red pillow. Oh yeah, wow. Oh yeah, you can see the hands and everything. Wow. Yep. Yeah, wow, really good. Ooh. Oh no, we're stuck in here. Alright, that's that. Alright, so let's do Jelly Juggle. So that's another, oh actually I've got this game, Jelly Juggle. You can play this game in your browser. So this was initially, I released it on mobile. This is the only game I released with like ads in it, and I wanted to kind of do it as a kind of experiment. I thought it was kind of like, it might make a good like sort of free game, because it was really, really simple to play, and I kind of just wanted to kind of experiment in that kind of way to, you know, make money from a game. It was a dismal failure in terms of like making any money, but I really love this game. Like, I just love the kind of simplicity of it, and the kind of like, I don't know, I think there's a lot of kind of little nuances, and like, and I always like those kind of like repetitive kind of action games. Dr. Curtis says, yes, still number one on strawberry on iOS. Anyway, that's good to know. Yeah, so let me see if I can make this a bit bigger. Oh, full screen working. There we go. Yeah, I'm not gonna try and like make it bigger in OBS because OBS will just. So the idea in this game, I'll start with lemon. This is going to be hard to talk and play this. So basically, you're the little fish, and you're playing pong with yourself. But that's all it is. But there's a little trick. So if you slice the ball or slice the jelly like that, it'll go slower. So if you hit it while you're stopped, it goes quite fast. And if you kind of slice it, it'll go slower. And that's basically it. And then there's like, there's a little crab as well. So in this one, there's a crab. And the crab will kind of try and grab your jelly. So you've got to kind of like avoid the crab. Well, not that the crab get your jelly. Crab got the jelly, right? So then each level kind of like adds new stuff. So strawberries like adding like 2 of them. But when you slice it, so all the different flavors of fruit, they all behave differently. So the strawberries, like when you slice them, they don't slow down, which is kind of handy because it's, it gets really hard when if you slice it, it behaves differently to when you just hit it normally. I'm actually really surprised how well this plays like in browser. Like it's actually really responsive. It's all this compiled to JavaScript and like running in HTML. So I'm having a pretty good game here. Okay, I think that level's pretty easy. Okay, so now things start getting interesting. So here you've got lemon, which you've seen before, and strawberry, right? So lemon you can slice it, right? So if I slice the lemon, I'm kind of screwed because like it messes up the rhythm, right? So what you've got to do is you always got to stop for the lemon, and then you can slice the strawberry. Let me try again. So it's all about like kind of finding this kind of rhythm. So there you can see, oh, they're getting a bit close together now. It's okay. Instead of about knowing the kind of window, like, and the game also pauses a little bit each time you hit it, just kind of gives you a chance to kind of like, Scapey says, I played this more than any other mobile game. Wow, I didn't know that. That's awesome. Okay, Dr. Kelly says, yeah, you can get in such a groove on all the different fruit sets. Just Wonder says, yeah, this and Pokehead clocked up heaps of time with me. Pokehead, I love Pokehead. I think that's like my favorite mobile game. I was like the first to get like to beat the game. I was the first to get 1,000 like on the leaderboards. I played it like the whole weekend, like non-stop when it came out. I love Pokehead. Dylan says I'm downloading JSON right now. Dr. K says love the score in the background. Yeah, I really like. A lot of people don't realize that it's the score in the background. It's just kind of like it kind of just looks like some abstract shapes until you kind of realize that it's the score. Okay, this one's really hard. This is bubblegum. So this one curves, right? And there's a kind of a trick you can do here where you can make it kind of spin around. If you make it, you can actually make it do like a 360. So you can, if you hit it the right spot, you can make it go all the way around. And then that unlocks a secret level. I'll see if I can do it. I won't spend too long though. No. I'll just get a high enough score to unlock the next one. Okay. I think you need to get like 20 or something to unlock the next level. Maybe it's 50, I'm not sure. I think you probably need to hit it somewhere near the bottom. Okay, so this is, what's this? Green tea and butterscotch. Yeah, I had fun like thinking of all these kind of names for these different flavors. Dylan says, got every level and this is incredible. Umbrella Dropper says, oh wait, I played this for a good while, really cool to see it again. Well, that you were the one who made it. Oh, Dr. Kelly says secret level. Yeah, okay, maybe I'll go back and try and get the secret level. Yeah, blueberries. Blueberry. Oh yeah, is there blueberry? Oh yeah, blueberries later on. Yeah. So like green tea and butterscotch, it's similar to. So now you've got like a curvy one, and then a one that's a bit kind of bigger. So it's kind of like sort of a variation on strawberry and lemon, which is a pretty like gross kind of. I mean, it's I don't know. Strawberry and lemon doesn't sound like a nice combination of flavors. I don't know. Maybe it'll be okay. It's there we go. I'm in a rhythm now. I'm in a rhythm. Let me just try. I'll try get the secret level again. So what I think I need to hit it like basically the sort of lower left side of the screen. I think is where I need to hit it, like about there. I think maybe like that. No, it might be. You should be able to get it on this screen size, I think, because it is different depending on what screen size it is, right? Because no, not that. You can also do a little kind of quick little juggle if you kind of like that. Good way to increase your kind of score really quickly. It's kind of cheating almost. Because it kind of like curls back on itself, right? So I think I need to hit it maybe like, I don't know. There? Oh, that was close. Yeah, I don't think. Oh, one more go. Nah, I'm going to be all night if I try and get the secret level. Anyway, the secret level is like, I think it's called. What is it even called? Sherbet? No, I can't remember. I can't remember what it's called, but it's got like 5 jellies in it. It's really hard. So lemon is just like a faster version of. Oh, so lime is a faster version of lemon. This was actually the original first level that I made for the game, but like people were just struggling with it so much that I kind of added all these other levels in. So this was originally the first level of the game. And then this is one of my favorites. So let's go to this really slow one, and this really super fast one. So you got to keep your eye on both of them, right? So you got to kind of, and the slow one is quite big, so you have kind of quite a bit of time to get to it, right? So if you, it's quite forgiving with like. Ooh, so it's quite forgiving. It's quite like the sort of where you can hit them is quite a big kind of area. Let me try this again. Okay, now I've screwed it because I think I missed it. No, I got it. Here we go. I'm in the groove now. Okay, this one is like basically the same as the previous one, except now you've got 2 fast ones. but they don't behave differently if you slice them, which makes it a little bit easier. It's really, I really like how kind of mesmerized you can get, like, because there's so many things. It feels like juggling, I guess, although I'm not a juggler, but it's like, I imagine what juggling would kind of feel like. They're kind of like, you know, you get this almost this kind of like trance where you're just like fully, your mind is like fully occupied with the thing you're doing, you know, but you're not like, it's just sort of, you're just sort of doing it on instinct, right? You're not like really thinking about it, but your mind is still fully occupied. I think this is one of my favorite ones. So this is 2 slow ones and 1 fast one, which is like the opposite of the previous one. I think this might be the last one. Let's see if I can get 20 on this one. This is licorice and cherry, I think. Cherry and cola, sorry, cherry and cola. $13, I can't. Let's try to get 20. $20. Is it? Just catch up on the chat here. Oh, sorry, I've missed quite a bit of chat. Tastes talk about the background counter. So did I talk about that already? It's the score, right? So yeah, it's the score. And it's like nice to have it like part of the level and not like a separate thing, right? It's kind of like it's sort of also like it's a score chasing game, right? So to have the score nice and big and like central is like kind of makes sense, right? Scapey says, oh man, fuck that crap. Yeah. Dr. Kelly says, Texas, they got 1,208 on strawberry. Wow. Sorry, actually, I would never be able to like stream professionally because I'm way too slow at reading. I'd like. Oh, fruit medley. Oh, we didn't do fruit medley. Hey, what happened to fruit medley? That's like one of the best ones. Okay, I'll show you fruit medley because that's got like 3 of them. Sorry, I got to like do the complete thing, right? Tropical medley, there we go. So tropical medley is the first one where you get like, wow, there's a lot of them here. But it's actually not that hard because they behave the same whether you slice them or not. So it's actually not that hard. It just looks hard. And you can rack up such a high score because each time you hit one, you're like getting another point. $100. What's next? Oh, road that may lead nowhere. That's a good one. Let's start this one up. Okay. So, Sam said, did you do the music for this too? No, I didn't. I got the music off a royalty-free music site. Urban Dropper says, do the ones that are coming in just not have hitboxes until they enter the play space? Yes, that's right. So you can never hit them like back out. Like, yeah, I think that's correct. Oh yeah, that's Dr. Kelly says that I like eking out some extra points after the slow one got past your circle. Yeah, so you kind of know that you've lost when the slow one's like gone outside your radius, but you can still get a few more points. Dylan says, Ian, I'd give you hundreds of bucks if you re-release this with legendary skins. I'll think about it. The Urban Dropper says, I think this was the one that broke me when trying to get three stars. Alright, so this is a road that may lead nowhere. So what's this? So there's a book. It's another. I think it was one of another James Coetzee book. I can't remember which one it was. It might have been like. Waiting for the Barbarians, I think. Anyway, the book kind of ends with this like phrase like, I thought, I don't know where I got this idea, but like, I think I got the idea from someone where you could like take the first or last sentence of a book and use it as like a theme for something, because they're normally kind of fairly poignant. And then this book ended with like someone saying they'll travel down a road and it may lead nowhere. So that's where the title for this comes from. And it's just a procedural like road, and you can drive down it forever. And there's a day and night cycle, and there's like quite a variety in the kind of like terrain and colors and things. And the terrain, I was trying to make it kind of like so this was made in my engine Amulet. All these games I've showed so far have all been in Amulet. I kind of wanted to I went on a lot of road trips growing up. Like, you know, we'd go on a holiday down to like a national park or like down to the coast or something. And just in South Africa, and like beautiful, rugged, and like varied like terrain, and I just really loved going on these like long drives, and like it's such a cool feeling, like, you know, you come around a corner and there's like a completely new kind of landscape, and so I guess I just wanted to kind of reproduce that kind of feeling, and just like driving along with nothing else, right? So here we go, it's getting dusk and it'll get nighttime soon, and probably drive and read at the same time. Oh right, there's a Twitter thread. So yeah, so Skype links to a Twitter thread. Oh, I think I did like write a thread on this. Terry says, I feel like everyone has a moment where they want to make an endless driving game. Yeah, it's kind of, there's something just so like kind of I guess, yeah, it's sort of like it's like, you know, like a game that, you know, it's not like too hard to make, and kind of it's also yeah, it's kind of, there's something mesmerizing about it, and kind of like, and I guess everyone can relate to that feeling of like going on a road trip. And I'll wait until morning and get to some new terrain. I quite like, there's some quite, like the day and nights are all kind of, the slightly different, there's like different colors that it uses during different days and nights. And I quite like, some of the nights are really dark and you can't really see much. And then you kind of, the procedural generation is kind of moved on enough so that when the daylight breaks, it's like a completely different kind of color scheme and stuff. I quite like that. There's no sound in this game. I think I said like you should just play like your favorite road music. And a lot of people did that on, like, a few people like did like let's plays on YouTube and stuff. And John Rubik did a really beautiful one that he tweeted, which I watched about 100 times. It just had this beautiful track. I don't know what the track was, but it was really beautiful. It just like went really well with the game. Very flat here. Yeah, there's no headlights, but there's also no one else on the road, right? So, okay. So KP says the tweet is a poll with the final lines from 4 different Coetzee books. I think a road that may road that may lead nowhere. One can live. One room flat. Who will remember them? Okay, brilliant. So that's the origins of it. It was like the name was decided by a Twitter poll, and I was like. And then I made it over like a weekend. Well, the theme was decided by Twitter poll. Yeah, I remember that now. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, it's weird that you just forget like how... I guess it wasn't like... It was such a kind of arbitrary thing that I'd kind of forgotten about it. Yeah, so kind of getting into some more green kind of rugged landscapes. You don't really get much snow in South Africa, but I thought I'd put snow in there just to break things up a bit. Urban Drop says, do you recall how you did the terrain and road carving? So the way, it's kind of interesting. So the way that this works is it generates the road first. So that's just it just sort of does random windings and has like, it's nice straight, occasional straight sections and then random windings. And then once it's sort of generated, it does that in sections. So you'll drive along a bit and then it'll generate some more road, right, as you go. And then, so first it generates the road, and then it generates the terrain kind of coming out of the side of the road, basically. So that the road always kind of looks like it's weaving through the terrain because it generates the road first, and then it sort of puts the terrain, makes the terrain kind of come out of the side of the road. So it's only enough terrain to like basically cover like the sides of the screen, right? And you can kind of see it sometimes when you're going around corners, you can kind of see bits of the terrain kind of popping in. So yeah, it's kind of, basically if you imagine just putting out kind of like lines coming straight out of both sides of the road, and then just, adding some kind of hills onto those and then linking them up. You can see it kind of over there, right? You can see on the right there, it's kind of popping in. That's how the terrain is generated. So it's actually quite simple. And there's no collision or anything. It's just like you just can't go outside of the road. So you can't really go off the edge or anything. And you can actually turn around. Like I've seen, I didn't know you could do that. I thought I'd made it so you couldn't, but you kind of can. So I've seen a YouTuber do this. So if you kind of turn around, you can see that there's nothing behind you. It's all just like generated as you go, right? Now I think if you go back too far, it like puts you back on the road, right? So the sorry, catch up here. Similar says, does this road run into floating point jank at some point, or does it keep moving everything back to 0, 0, 0? No, it doesn't run into floating point jank. Probably. but it also doesn't move it back to the origin. But the reason that it doesn't run into any floating point problems is, so if I'll just explain, I guess, if you don't know what that means. Like, so just with like, if you use really big numbers in a computer program and they're represented with something called floating point, then you can start to get, when the numbers get really, really big, you can get these like inaccuracies in the number, which can make things kind of like seem glitchy. But this doesn't happen here, and the reason is because the windings, it often will wind back on itself. So because it's doing all these random turns, it will kind of just end up kind of winding back and forth in this sort of area, in this kind of same area. So it's kind of just going back on itself all the time. But because it's like cleaning up the terrain behind itself and just generating enough in front of itself, it's sort of just generating new terrain over itself all the time. So it's kind of actually winding back over itself all the time anyway. And that's not something that I programmed. It just happens to do that because, you know, when you take sort of random turns, it will kind of just naturally do that. It'll kind of just squiggle over itself. All right, let's play this one. This one's called Decorate. Rhodesley nowhere confirmed. So decorate the Christmas tree. There we go. So this is just I think I made this for Flat Jam, which was a jam by Dreamfield, which was it's probably not so loud for you, but it sounds really loud to me. For where you just make it's just like a one scene, or like everything's kind of flat. I don't think it was really well defined, but it's kind of like a really simple kind of game that's kind of just might have some like sort of hand drawn or kind of, you know, Windows Paint kind of style graphics in it. And so this was a kind of a really kind of cynical kind of just kind of like, I guess I just wasn't, I don't know, it was like I was just feeling a bit kind of like pessimistic, I suppose. So like you can decorate the Christmas tree with like nuclear weapons or like fish, dead fish, or like skulls. The controls in this game are really weird. So like you just use the arrow keys, and then as soon as you push down an arrow key, one of the objects will start moving, and then you have to keep holding down the arrow keys to move it to where you want. And then as soon as you let go, it'll pick another object. So now like another random one will move. So yeah, that's it basically. I haven't moved any hamburgers. Oh, there we go. There's a hamburger. Put a hamburger there. So then you can decorate your own Christmas tree, and that's the game. And it plays like Jingle Bells in the background. I think I played that like on, like that was actually me playing it like really badly. Terry says, I love Christmas. Okay, so let's do December. So that was, so around this time, I quit my job, and I was, so me and Bethany had paid off a house, and I'd saved up a fair bit of money, and I thought, you know, if I could, I'll just like, let me just give like making games a go professionally. I had a game that I'd been working on December, and I thought, you know, I'll probably have like enough steam to kind of make a couple games, and I can see how it goes. And if I kind of wasn't like that excited about my current job, the job I was doing at the time anyway. So you know, I thought, if it doesn't work out, I can always get another job. I have a kind of a, you know, where I was at that point in life, I had like a sort of a, you know, 20-year kind of IT career to kind of fall back on if I needed to. So it wasn't like a huge kind of risk for me. I thought like, and I kind of wanted to give it a go. So I thought, okay, so I quit my job like to basically release this game. So you see always like people posting on Reddit like, I quit my job to make this game. This is what I did. And I got a Film Vic grant to make it full screen, to turn this into I basically made most of this game, but then I got a Film Vic release grant to help me release it. So I got some people. I got Lumi to help me with some marketing. I got Jason to get me to help me with a trailer. I got Michael to help me with some UI stuff, and I got someone to make some music. Pause menu, made the music. Another Michael. So just sort of little things like that, just to kind of polish it up and kind of have a bit of a, be able to kind of do a bit of a release push with it. And it was actually really, really successful. Like for like me as a solo dev, this game was like did really, really well. Part of the big reason for that was like Apple featuring it a bunch. It was like game of the day in like most countries, and it's still generating like decent income for me now, which is really, really nice. So it's kind of, this game is like kind of like why I've been able to just be full time in games for the last few years, pretty much. So it's basically, I'll just explain the game, I guess. It's a match 3 game. So it's a match 3 game, but with a few twists, right? So you're swapping tiles like you do in a normal match 3 game, and then actually, it's probably a simpler one. Oh, that's fine. So say I swap these two, right? These blue ones at the top, there's like 3 of them now together, so therefore they disappear, right? So it's like a match 3, but then normally in a match 3 there'll be new ones that come in, and it's kind of just carries on forever. But with this one, it's different because they just disappear, and the goal is to like get rid of all of them, right? And that turns it into like a logic puzzle. It's a very different feeling kind of puzzle game then, because you have all the information up front, and the trick becomes trying to figure out what order to kind of swap the tiles to kind of make them disappear. So if you do that, for example, well, you're left with these 3, and you can't make them disappear, right? So you've got to do that, right? So always the last one, you've kind of got to make 2 kind of matches and make them all disappear. Dylan says assembly has such impressive level design. Still says, yeah, I think I played this more than any puzzle game. Any other puzzle, cool. Yeah, I'm always like amazing people like play my games a lot. I don't know. It's like yeah, someone like played Boson X for like thousands and thousands of hours, which is kind of like extreme, right? But it's still like kind of like, yeah, I don't really understand it. Like it's kind of, yeah, it's, so these ones, they all start off like fairly simple, right? And these ones are kind of just more like playful than actually like kind of thinking, right? There's not much. I mean, it does take some of them you do have to think about a bit, but like especially when you're just starting out. But they're really, really simple, these ones. So I kind of wanted to do that, kind of just like have a few that are just basically playful. Like this one is very playful, right? So you kind of you've got to move. You've got to get. You can see that you've got 5 like pink ones up here. And you need 3 or more to match. So you've obviously got to match all of these, right? So you've got to get this pink one up here. So you've got to move it up, and then you can match those. So it's kind of fun to make these kind of playful ones. This one people really get stuck on, I think. Can be really confusing, but you got to do that and then that. This one's really hard. Like, even I sometimes forget how to do this one. It's really like simple to look at, which I kind of, when I started getting puzzles like this, and I was like, it's like, oh, it's actually like, you get this like really interesting kind of like, you really have to think about like the order of, even for like something really, really simple looking, you know, it doesn't have a lot of moves or anything, but you really have to kind of think about it. So I kind of know this, you know, how to do it, but I mean, you know, you can, there's so many kind of false kind of avenues you can go down. Like I can't do that. I think, yeah, I've got to do, no, not that. See, I'm stuck now. So okay, there you go. And so yeah, so actually, I should actually say that the first version of this game was the infinite mode. So there's different modes, right? This is the first like version of this game that I made, right? And this is like quite much more like complicated looking. So, so the way this works is it's more like a traditional. The whole kind of concept was I want to make a match 3, but where you can kind of look ahead more, right? So normally in a match 3, like the colors will fall in from the top, and you don't know what colors are going to come, right? It's not like Tetris where it tells you like what colors are going to come next. So by putting the upcoming colors inside the other ones, you can. So if you swap these two, I'm matching 3 greens there, and then when those disappear, those ones will expand, so you can kind of see what colors are coming next. So you can kind of plan your moves. And the other interesting thing is that when there's 3 that are already matching, it doesn't just cascade them; it just leaves them there, right? And so they all just match once per turn. So these 3 here will disappear on this turn. So what I can do is I can make another move that doesn't necessarily make a match. So I can move here. You see, I'm moving here, but these are disappearing because these are already matched, right? So I can kind of move these here, which will then set up, say like this move, right? So you can do all this like planning ahead. So for example, these 3 reds here are already going to go, right? I know they're going to go, right? So what I can do is, instead of just like if I did say this, right, it'd be kind of be a waste because I'm doing like 2 matches at once, and I'm only getting 1 point per move, right? So instead of doing that, what I'll do is I'll set up another one. So if I move, for example, this green down here, right, then it gives me like this one here, right, and then that gives me like another pink. Now I can like move somewhere else. So there's always like thinking ahead. So it's like, but yeah, this game's quite like complicated to explain and kind of overwhelming. So I actually started making these handmade puzzles as a kind of way to tutorialize this infinite mode. But then, like, you know, when I started getting to puzzles like that one I just showed you, like this one, they're actually like really interesting in themselves, right? So I kind of decided to make a whole game out of this. Urban Drop says, wait, you made boson X? It's incredible to me how much of your work I've played without realizing. Oh, that's funny. Dr. Kelly says, was that me? Dr. Kelly Tech says, was that? I don't know what you're referring to. Anyway, so some of the like later on, there's like. So here it starts to play with that idea that matches don't cascade, right? So if there's a match on the screen, it's gonna go regardless, and you basically have a free move. So like here with this one, you kind of like if you try and just do a normal match, these reds are going to disappear, and you're left with just 1 red. So it's kind of showing you that, right? So you actually got to well, how do I get this red up there? That one keeps disappearing. So what you've actually got to do, you've got this blue as well, so you can kind of break apart this red. And then you can, I don't actually know if this is the right way to do it. No. Maybe this. Can't remember how to solve this one. Damn, this is hard. Be that one. Oh, it could just be that. Yeah, it's that. Okay, yes. Yeah, and then so here it's like playing with even more, right? You've got these like all these ones around outside this piece. So what you got to realize here is that like actually you need the pinks to get rid of this pink, right? So you've got to break up this pink and stop it from disappearing. So there's all these kind of like interesting kind of ideas that started coming out of this. So these ones you've got to have these dots match up as well, and that opens up. So not just the color, but the dots as well. And that opens up some interesting other possibilities. I think this one's kind of interesting. So there's like, how did this one work again? Can't remember. They've all got little tricks to them. And then I start introducing ones with like where they're like the infinite mode where you've got puzzles, you know, you've got pieces inside pieces. And then there's all sorts of like, what else do I have? Some of them are quite playful, like they look like little like, I always thought this one is kind of like, was supposed to be like an apple tree, right? It's like a little tree. You can solve that. I think this is probably my favorite level here. So the interesting thing about this level is you get this kind of like these three interact with each other even though they're not connected, which I thought was really cool, right? So like, and the way they interact is by creating these extra moves that let you do something somewhere else, right? So like, you know, if you just try and solve each one individually, you can't do it, right? You can't, I mean, you can't solve it. How do you solve this one individually? You can't, right? So what you've got to do is you solve this one first, and then that gives you a free move here, right? So this one's going to go, right? So it gives you a free move somewhere else. And then what you've got to do is you've got to use that move here, I think. Yeah. And then you do that, and now you've got two free moves, right? Because this top layer is going to go, and then this bottom layer is going to go. So then you can use those two free moves to like maneuver these ones to solve this middle one. So I thought that was, I don't know, I was really happy with that kind of that puzzle. I just had this cool kind of like unexpected like interaction. Like you see these three separate things, and you think they're like separate puzzles. That like, why are there like three puzzles on the same screen? But actually they all like depend on each other to work. And then there's like, yeah, all sorts of kind of weird like layerings. These ones with the kind of diamonds, they don't move, so they create kind of interesting kind of interactions. There's some, and then I added these kind of like diagonal ones. This was in an update. I actually did like a free update for the game and added a whole bunch more levels. I don't think these were quite as successful as the other ones, but they were kind of fun to do. And I made a lot of, the diagonals kind of allowed me to do a lot of kind of like more artistic expression, especially with the dots and stuff. You could like actually make like you know, actually like recognizable compositions. I guess that's another thing an interesting thing about the game is that a lot of the kind of design for the puzzles, like particularly like things like this, right? I really like these kind of compositions. They look like kind of like pieces of abstract art. Like I saw an artist called Frank Stella at the Canberra, I think the National Gallery in Canberra, and that like their art was like really like kind of inspired a lot of these designs, or kind of that energy in like those dynamic kind of compositions and like kind of use of color and stuff. Kind of inspired like, or kind of like influenced like the way I kind of approach these designs. Like I kind of like try to make them feel like these kind of dynamic kind of abstract kind of artworks. And so I had a lot of fun kind of making these and like kind of in that kind of style of design. So like kind of not not making them symmetrical, not making them kind of too neat, kind of giving them, thinking about the way, like the composition of them as like almost like sculptures, right? Obviously combined with like the, you know, the actual making them interesting puzzles, but like it was kind of a fun, you know, like especially like colors you choose and kind of where you position things. So that was kind of like a lot of the design for these is kind of deliberately trying to be kind of like abstract kind of sculptures, right? I think that these are some of my favorite ones. So like that one, maybe this one. This is kind of a nice, I don't know, it's just like a nice kind of pleasing like set of colors, right? Quite like this one. It's got kind of just like, I don't know, it's just like a nice, it's got all these different shapes and things in it, and it's kind of like interesting to look at, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, and then later on, so the final mechanic that I put in, which was part of this, part of the kind of update I did, was this kind of joined pieces. So these two pieces are joined. So when you move one of these, the other one will move too. So that creates all sorts of interesting kind of headaches. Yeah, I guess you just do that. Okay. But yeah, there's all kind of like, so so the red ones. Wait, how does it work? Why is that one moving? Oh, I see. This is actually really weird. So actually, so this is not a really good puzzle to put like as the like second puzzle of this because it's confusing, right? But the red lines are like linked to the red ones here, and the green ones are linked to each other. So I was a bit confused there because I was like moving this red one and then this green one moved as well. But what's happening is because the green one here is moving this green one, then that moves that green one there, right? So here you can see if I move this green one, only that green one there moves, right? So that doesn't. Yeah, see now these are independent, right? Because they're different colors. So this is kind of like interplay between these, and these get really confusing. But yeah, they were quite fun to design. And then the last puzzle is just like an easy one that just says Finn, which I thought was cool. Like instead of having the last one be this really hard one, I just made it like this easy one that's just says Finn. Oh no. Actually, maybe it's not that easy. Ah, okay, I think I need to do this. There you go. Okay. Yeah, no, lots of people play testing it. So yeah, that was my second, like, I guess, big commercial game after Boson X. Oh, Bethany did something for that as well. Oh, she made the website. Okay, let's move on. This might be a bit. Oh, this is. Okay, so we've done video jam. Okay, let's do forest stuff for trees. This is probably going to be a bit longer than the normal stream, so apologies for that. But I think there isn't really enough to do like a whole another stream, so. But it's not too many more games. Actually, there's only 4 more games, so it should be fine. So forest stuff for trees. Oh, sorry, let me catch up on the track. I'll start this and then. Oh, sorry. Solaris says I was never really able to visualize the dot movement well enough. I think. Yeah, it wasn't the best mechanic. I think. S3 Iron says, I don't know why, but I feel very validating watching a game developer having to rediscover the answers to their own puzzles. Yeah, I had the same problem on an earlier stream. I couldn't figure out the solution. Escape says I like the pictorial puzzles. Dr. Curly Tech says, that is really cool. Interaction while separate, like quantum physics. Exactly. That's exactly what I thought. This kind of like spooky, like effect at a distance. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, like quantum entanglement, right? Terry says, how did you ever even test these levels? So there were quite a few playtesters, right? So like a lot of it was like showing it to people and like seeing them get stuck on things that I didn't think they would get stuck on, and then, you know, iterating it like that. So it would be a lot harder to make that game now without, you know, being able to show it to lots of people in person. Sal says it's also a colorblind mode, if I recall correctly, right? Yep, there is. Yeah, so yeah, and it kind of just substitutes in some kind of different colors that are, you know, cover a range of kind of types of color blindness. And I think I tested it with about 5 or 6 different people, and you know, I got positive feedback that, you know, that they could play it. So, and I haven't had anyone say that the colorblind mode doesn't work. So, so this was a game. I can't remember why. I think I just felt like I wanted to make like a short game, something like Catacombs that kind of was kind of visually interesting. And I guess colorful, and this was the sound you hear is actually a place, I think it's near the Dandenongs, I can't remember off the top of my head. Mount Buller, maybe? I think it's Mount Buller. And we went for a walk there, and I recorded this audio with my phone, and we were kind of walking through the forest and stuff, and there was this kind of lookout, and you could like look out into the forest, and I think there was a little bit of trash, like, you know, because it's a place where people like kind of commonly kind of stand, and that, you know, some people drop their trash there. But then you were kind of looking out into this forest, like, and it felt really kind of like, you know, and you were sort of on this kind of, you know, deck that was kind of built, this sort of deck that went through the forest. I think it was like on stilts, right? And it was very kind of like, you were very kind of isolated from the forest. You were on your like deck made for us to walk on, and the forest was just there and like overgrown and like I don't know, it kind of like gave me this feeling like like I don't really belong here, you know. It's like I'm not really part of this forest. I'm really separate from it. It's just like it probably doesn't really want me here, right? It's just like, you know. And so this game is called like Forests Are for Trees, and it sort of has this like menacing thing where you can kind of walk into the trees. Now each tree is like a portal into like more trees, right? And then the trees will kind of grow behind your back, so like as you turn around they'll just grow. Look at me. Actually, maybe I'm at the edge here, but so I'm here and there's like no trees there, and then there's like trees everywhere, right? So they kind of just grow behind you. So it's kind of this almost like menacing, and there's this truck in the background which is this like menacing kind of drone, which I quite like. It's kind of interesting sound, and it's sort of like sometimes the roots will kind of look like they're moving as well. Like you can see the roots kind of like move. It's just the way the tree kind of expands to kind of envelop you. And this is done, the rendering for this was done with a technique called, which I just added to my, no, I didn't just add it, but I hadn't used it a lot. And actually, no, I did just add it because I was, yeah, this is before jump grid. So, called the stencil buffer. And what a stencil buffer does is it allows you to kind of mask out images on top of each other. So basically I'm just drawing the same tree over and over again, but the way it's masking itself out kind of creates this really like interesting kind of like patterns, and they kind of look like leaves on the ground, right? These kind of, all these overlapping roots create this kind of like kind of almost like stained glass kind of like look. Yeah, so it's like a really interesting kind of like visual kind of experiment, but then also slightly menacing. That's the way I kind of think of it. But like, I know a lot of people like find it really like calming and stuff. So, and yeah, like nice. I like the, and I have this kind of gradient. Anyway, and these colors are, I think, completely random. Right. So that's that one. So we've done jump grid, we've done milk run. Tubes was just a tubes was a little. Oh, can I do this? Try to make it full screen. That doesn't matter. So it's a really, really simple thing. You just use the mouse and you can move around, and there's this like infinite like tubes, and you kind of go into the tubes. And I don't know if it inspired it, but I think this was around about when I had my vasectomy, and so I think I was thinking about tubes a lot for some reason, and I kind of like tubes were on my mind. So this is kind of like sort of related to that, or at least it kind of reminds me, I don't know, when I think about tubes. Yeah, anyway, it's kind of like an interesting kind of like space as well. This is all these like kind of like complex kind of web of tubes. Yeah, I wanted to just make something like super simple and like low kind of interaction. And it's just web based. It runs in the browser, and you can play it on your phone as well. So just like make it in like, you know, a couple of hours, check it out. I don't know, you know, like sometimes you just want to like just make something in a couple of hours. So that's what this was about. I don't know. I'm really pleased with like this is like just as a thing. You know, make some interesting kind of shaders and just like see what comes out of it. And then tile snap. So tile snap, I'll have to show it to you quickly. It's a, so this was because like a lot of people really loved like Dissembler, and Dissembler is a paid premium game, and I kind of, there's so many people on the App Store who will just never buy a game, right? So I wanted to kind of make a free version of Dissembler. It's a much simpler version of Dissembler. It doesn't have all the extra mechanics that Dissembler is in. It's basically just the basic starting mechanic. And it's mostly, I think I didn't show actually in Dissembler is the daily levels, which are procedurally generated levels. And so this one, it starts off with, you have like, a lot of these levels are kind of handmade sort of tutorial levels, but then it sort of transforms into just, not now. clicking on the screen. It transforms into these like procedural levels, right? And they get like trickier and trickier. And you can buy like hints. I think you can pay like $3 and get like 1 hint a day forever, or you can pay like $2 for like 10 hints or something. So it's really simple, right? But it actually it did like quite well. Like, I mean, not as well as assembler, but like I was really pleasantly surprised with like you know, the amount of people that actually bought like hints and stuff, and people seem to like enjoy it and stuff. So I was pretty happy with it. And it's like definitely worth doing, right? And I didn't want to make it look just like December, because I don't want to make December free. I don't know, it just felt a bit like December light. I kind of want to make a different thing, right? So I made this game, and I had a lot of fun. All these like little tiles are all procedurally generated, so they're all completely random. The background pattern, the tiles, the color selection even is all like procedural. And you know, it's just, you just generate a little shape and then you kind of mirror it, and then you automatically have like this kaleidoscope effect, and you get these like cool little patterns, right? So this was a lot of fun to make, just like, you know, doing all that coding and kind of figuring it out. Let's see if I can just finish this level off. Yeah, and it kind of plays a bit of a trick on you, because it sort of shows you the first 50 levels, and then it will say like more levels coming soon. And even though there are actually like infinite levels in the game, oh, I'm kind of stuck here. Wait, okay, this. Okay, so then once you do each set, so you can do all the levels in a set, like in any order, and then you can unlock the next set and you get 6 more puzzles, right? And it kind of like, you know, it goes up to 50 and says more levels coming soon. But then when you get to about 47, then magically 50 more levels will appear, right? And they're all like procedure generated. But I didn't want it to just go on forever, because like, or at least I didn't want it to kind of look like it went on forever, because it's kind of exhausting when you can see that something just goes on forever and ever. So I wanted it to kind of have like, look like you could sort of aim for something, and then it would add more puzzles, which is kind of like, I don't know if it's like deceptive, but it's a little trick, right? It's kind of like, I don't know, if you just make something that's got like infinite puzzles, it seems a bit sort of like disheartening, right? Anyway, so that was Tile Snap. So yeah, basically December light pretty much, but with a whole like new visual flair. And I added a little, this little picture of me is like inspired by Zach Gage, is kind of what he does in his games. He puts a little thing where you can subscribe to his mailing list in there. So yeah, so that was Tile Snap. Oh, that's me, yeah. Okay, and then, yeah, so the last game I want to do, I think that's everything, right? So the last game I want to do in this series is Red Desert Render. Now, what's different about this game? So now you can download this game, right? I'm gonna play it in online mode. So if you want to join me in it, like now, you can. Actually, I'll just click on it here. So if you go to if you just type Red Desert Render, probably in Google, or Red Desert Render you'll find this page, and you can download it here. And there's Mac, Windows, and Linux versions. I think they all work in online mode, if I'm not mistaken. And then when you're in the game, you can just push O, and that will take you into the online version. And then you can push T to like teleport to where I am. So if you want to play it now, I'm going to be in it like you're welcome to join me in it. So this was an interesting thing about, so this was the first game that I made in Unity, right? So why did I make a game in Unity? So I'd been asked, since I'd like done a lot of like interesting things with shaders. April says, my memory is that you're also unhappy with the game title Dissembler. Yeah, so I think it's okay. Like it's a bit of a hard one to get right. Like people would often mispronounce it or misspell it. And it's kind of a weird title, right? Like dissemble means like kind of like distort the truth. So I guess like a puzzle game kind of does that because it's kind of like can like kind of trick you or whatever. But it's and it's sort of like a play on disassembling, right? Because you're disassembling everything. But it's, I don't know, it's not like the best name, I didn't think. So it was kind of like also an opportunity to kind of like give it a more, I guess, palatable name as well. I mean, I'm not really I'm not unhappy with the name December. It's fine. Like, it's fine. But yeah, Jelly Juggle's like a good name. Jelly Juggle's like a really good name. I like Jump Grid too. Yeah. Yeah, so let me play this game. So, there's people. Cool. So yeah, so this was made in Unity. So I'll like join these people. So there's someone else in the game. I don't know if it's one of you or not, but there's a couple of people. Hello. There's actually a trick that Colonica, I don't know if she's in the chat, but she showed me this trick that I didn't even know was that my own game could do. But if you like push, I think she might have found it out somewhere else, I don't know, but you can push R to roll, right? But if you do like a really quick roll, so you just like tap R, you can kind of do a little bow, like that. So you can kind of like bow to each other. Okay. Yeah, so this so I was asked if I would be interested in doing some teaching at RMIT around shaders and stuff, and they, the students were using Unity, so I thought, well, I better like get familiar with Unity. I mean, I understand like how shaders work, I understand how the graphics pipeline works and how GPUs work, but not like I didn't have that much experience with Unity specifically. There's a shop here, so you can find these shops, and then you can go in the shops and you can get new outfits. There's already someone in here, but so that's a bit. Or maybe I'll wait for them to come out. Oh yeah, you can push X and you can do that. You can, and then Q, you can like point to stuff as well. These are all things I added for like co-op. So yeah, so I started kind of playing with Unity and stuff. And there's a lot of really like useful things in it, like these like shadows, right? I mean, I had shadows in Dissembler, but they were very, very specific, only worked from a particular view angle, and they were quite a pain to implement. And like implementing kind of general purpose shadows like this, it's like, it's doable, but it's quite a pain, right? So, and I was having quite a lot of fun like learning it. So I thought, yeah, I wanted to make something in Unity, right? So this game is kind of directly inspired by some out of bounds kind of exploring that I did with some friends in Red Dead Redemption. I keep on getting confused between Red Desert Render and Red Dead Redemption 2. So I played with a group of friends that we called ourselves the Grannies. It was most of the sort of core people I played with were Colonica, Quigley, Andy Brophy, and Goldie Bartlett. And we would kind of like, we found a kind of this way to go out of bounds that someone else had found on the internet. And we kind of explored outside of the map. And it was just like such a incredible kind of vast expanse of like landscape outside of the kind of main map where the actual game happens, right? And I think they probably procedurally generated like a lot of it, right? Because it's just so incredibly massive. It goes much further than you could ever possibly see from the main map, right? And there's all sorts of weird, interesting geometry, and it was just like fascinating to explore. And that was like, and we used to post like pictures that we took of it on Twitter and stuff. So that was kind of like directly what influenced this game. Is I wanted to kind of recreate a bit of that kind of feeling of like this kind of vast expanse with these kind of things that you can discover as you're playing it. Oh, you've got binoculars as well if you click. And kind of see the landscape from a different kind of perspective and how it was actually put together. So there's a lot of kind of like areas in Red Dead Redemption in the outer bounds where you can kind of see the geometry, you can see behind the geometry, you can kind of see kind of details that give you an idea of like how the game was put together. Sort of half-finished kind of bits where they were kind of maybe experimenting with kind of ideas for extra stories that they didn't finish, and kind of leftover things that they were building. And there's a whole kind of glacier area outside of the main map. It's like really fleshed out, and it's like, but you never go there. There's no missions in the game that ever go there, and you can't actually really get there without glitching the game out, right? So and the glaciers even have sound. Like they have like, you can hear the ice kind of doing these like spooky creaking noises and things. So yeah, kind of just yeah, and also just I wanted like these kind of like sort of semi-arid kind of like desert areas kind of remind me both of Australia and also South Africa, and it kind of, I just wanted to kind of recreate, like, well, not recreate, but like kind of like, it's also kind of just like a landscape game, right? Like making these dramatic kind of landscapes, like, you get this kind of cool, like, this is cool, right? Look at this cool landscape here. You've got all these trees going down there and these like mountain ranges, little valley. So I think there's some cool things down there. So the cube down there. So the cube is directly from Red Dead Redemption. There's a grey cube in Red Dead Redemption. It's just this stark grey cube. It's like a Unity start cube, and it's just out of bounds in this like area of the game, oh, there's that fire over there as well. Yeah, it's just kind of weird, and like it was really this fascinating kind of, we really kind of felt, I guess, kind of drawn to it because it was just this weird, like a monolith. It was almost like, like the monolith from like 2001, A Space Odyssey or something. I still feel that I have this theory that it was kind of basically at the origin of the game, because it's all the way down in like the bottom left corner of the game, bottom right corner of the game. So it's kind of like if you were kind of making a game and you kind of you wanted all your coordinates to be mostly positive, you would kind of, or bottom left, sorry, no, it's in the bottom left corner of the game. So you would kind of you would have your origin sort of about in the bottom left corner of the map. So then the rest of your coordinates will be positive, And so I kind of feel that it's just like a cube that marking the origin of the world, or maybe they just sort of left it there or marked it as the origin for like a reference, right? Yeah, so this is a fire. So if you stop by the fire, you can rest at the fire and you can kind of distort yourself and make yourself really big. And so there's a lot of customization you can do in this game. Everyone's doing it. Oh, someone's saying it's just downloading slowly. Sorry. Is there a film called Cube? Still else says, or The Cube, from Cube, 1997. I haven't seen it. So there is where was the cube now? I was going to go to. This often happens. Like this is another thing I really like in this game because you'll see something over there. Okay, oh, there's like something over there. I want to go look at that. And then you go exploring, and it's like you go into a valley or something, and you lose sight of it, and then you come up, and then you can't. You've like lost where it is. It feels like real hiking because like it happens. It's really easy to get like disorientated like that when you're like actually hiking, right? So I kind of like that kind of navigation aspect of this. So all this terrain is all procedurally generated, by the way. And I'm actually using like a version of this, like a more advanced version of this in my new game, Mars vs. Logistics. So this was kind of like a prequel almost to Mars vs. Logistics. Oh, hello. Let's go and have a look. And it's got a day and night cycle and everything. And the sound effects are from a sound library, like a free sound library. It's called like the GDC free sound library. It's like this company will, like, they put out this big like library of free sounds every GDC, and it's from there. Oh, there's a whole series of the cube. Still, Kill the Cookie says, yeah, it's a pretty bizarre film. Someone made a survival horror video game out of it. All right. This is a cool outfit. I like this. Whoever this is, good outfit. So when you get in the bath, you can push E to bathe, and then you kind of do this like swimming animation, and then you can fly around, and it kind of like feels like a glitch, right? You're like, oh, what's going on? This doesn't feel right. But it's like, it's intentional, and I've had like quite a few people like say, oh, the game's bugged, you know, like there's a glitch. But it's like, I wanted that feeling of like just like kind of discovering kind of like, oh, I can now like fly around, like, am I supposed to be doing this, you know? And then like kind of like seeing what you can explore. So what you can do now, so the way the level, so it's all procedurally generated, and the world is basically infinite, right? So it just generates geometry as you're traveling through the world, right? And getting back to that previous question about floating point areas, in this game it does actually reset you to the origin every now and then to avoid that problem, right? And it moves the geometry accordingly. But when you're flying like this, it doesn't update the geometry, right? So you can see everything's like really low detail out here, right? So the further I go away from where I started, like the more low detail it becomes. So you can kind of like explore this kind of low detail world. Oh, it's quite big. Let's see if I can get to the edge. Oh, okay. So someone's at the cube. Okay, cool. I'll just show this and then I'll teleport there. So I want to just maybe show the clothing as well. So here's the edge of the world, right? So now I'm at the edge of the world, and it's like there's an ocean down there, which I haven't actually showed you yet. There's ocean in this game as well. And so now if I push R, and that will get me out of flying, R for roll, then it'll catch up, right? And the terrain generation will kick in, and you'll get the terrain kind of slowly like catching up to you. And what it does is it kind of like, it basically moves the kind of this sort of center of the where it's generating the terrain about towards you slowly, so you sort of get this effect of it kind of growing around you, right? So it's the same, it's sort of filled in now, right? So that's like the high detail version of what it was before, right? And there is a secret, like yeah, there's a secret button combination. You push Alt Control K, and that will give you like, let you fly around infinitely. I'll just show you the shop quick. So the shop is like lets you change your outfit. So the way this works is you've kind of got this little man or little person, and they're kind of like just a cylinder with some like really basic legs and stuff. And then it basically the shader will, there's a whole lot of parameters on the shader that for your character, for your skin, right? That when you enter a shop, it just tweaks all those parameters, right? And so you can, and each shop has its own kind of range of parameters that you can tweak. So each shop will give you a different kind of range of outfits. And by pushing WASD, you can kind of move around the possibility space of the different outfits in the shop, right? So it's all kind of a bit random, but you have control because you can go backwards and forwards. So if you go past something that you like, you can kind of go back to it. And you can get some quite sort of cool designs, right? Kind of like that shape. Oh, there we go. That's pretty good. It's very insect-like. Okay, let me push T. Okay, here's a cube, right? So you can push T to like just teleport to nearby people. Okay, so the cube is, so when you walk up to the cube, it's like, the idea is that you'll see the cube and you'll go, oh, what's that? And then you walk up to it, and then it kind of sucks you in, and then you're stuck in this vertical kind of axis, right? So you can just move up and down. And then if you're kind of adventurous enough, you might decide to kind of, you can go up really high. And there's a bunch of tasks in the game actually. So there's a to-do list in the game, like the Goose Game. And one of them is to roll 2 kilometers. And one easy way to do that is to find a cube and go up really, really high. And then you can like push R to roll down, and then you'll bounce really far, right? That wasn't that high, but if you go really, really high, you can roll like, you can easily roll 2 kilometers. But you can also, what you can also do when you're on the cube, you can also go below the ground. So it removes the colliders, so you can go under the ground like this, and then you can see underneath the ground there's a whole chain of cubes. So you can kind of explore. So there's different ways to kind of glitch out the game and kind of explore it from these different angles, which is all intentional, right? So I wanted you to kind of have that feeling of sort of discovering these kind of glitches and kind of being able to kind of explore the game from these different kind of viewpoints. So yeah, there's this underground ocean. There's an underground ocean in Red Dead Redemption 2 as well. Like under the whole map is this massive ocean, or most of the map anyway. There's this massive ocean. Like even in the desert, there's like actually an ocean under you. And if you go to the edge of the map and you can start looking through like cracks and things, you can see it. And you can even like swim in it. So yeah, you can do that here as well. So now you're like in this ocean. And then what happens is if you go down, you can you fall out. It basically puts you back at the top again. So you kind of fall out the bottom of the ocean, and you kind of it just puts you like 10 kilometers high or something like that. Yeah, so I think this is like a really good place to end, because it's like now I'm like started using Unity. I'm still using Amulet for like smaller things, probably like more like just sort of free kind of experimental things. I really like how kind of easy it is for me to just whip up something in Amulet, but for something like like my new game like Mars vs. Logistics, I'm doing a lot of like heavy 3D physics and stuff, and like I could probably add a lot of those kind of features to Amulet, but it'd be like a lot of work, right? And like I would there's no way I could like make it in nearly the same amount of time, right? So so yeah, and I'm having a lot of fun like playing around with it. So yeah. Anyway, I really appreciate you all like joining me on these streams. I think this will be the last one for now. So maybe in like 10 years I'll like do another retrospective of my games from the last 10 years. Yeah, I think I'll end the stream there. And yeah, thank you very, very much for watching. It's been a lot of fun. And sorry the stream was like a bit disorganized at the beginning. OBS was just not working for some reason. The Urban Dropbox is what do you use for networking in Unity? So it's just not anything Unity specific really. It's just UDP, which is an internet protocol. So it's just the basic C# standard library, standard networking stuff. It's not Unity specific at all. And then I have like a little really, really basic server running on my same machine that runs my web server. And there's only a maximum, I think, of like 20 or 30 people. So great. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So yeah, I'll sign off now. But have a good evening, and I'll see you around.